I'm Ilya Marchenko.
I'm Dennis Kudla.
I'm Jesper de Jong.
I'm Henry Laaksen.
I am Francisco Cerundolo,
and
you are listening to the Game to Love podcast.
Hello, tennis fans. We have quite an extravaganza today. We have got, as far as I know, 3 streams happening at the same time. We are here to watch Carlos Alcaraz against Ramos Vinolas, a Spanish affair here. It's the king of clay, the Spanish champion, Carlos Alcaraz. I mean, who else would that be? Against Ramos Vinolas. And we already started. Carlos Alcaraz is serving first and it's love 15 at the moment. I'm looking quickly here at the statistics. I was surprised to see that they've already played each other twice before. We go to their head-to-head. And Carlos Alcaraz defeated Ramos Vinolas on both times. And that was before Carlos Alcaraz was Carlos Alcaraz as we know him today. So in 2020, and both of these meetings were on clay. So Carlos Alcaraz won their first encounter in 2020 in Rio, winning 7-6, 4-6, 7-6. And then the next year in Croatia, also on clay, it was 6-2, 7-6. So, given that Carlos Alcaraz have won in the previous 2 encounters, and today Carlos Alcaraz is a different beast, it should be a straightforward win for Carlos Alcaraz. But tell me, what do you think is going to happen in this match? Firstly, who is going to win? And then secondly, what is the scoreline going to be? As we are at 3-15 for Carlos Alcaraz, serving first in this match. If we look at their clay season thus far, first looking at Albert Ramos Vinolas, he started in Monte Carlo, where he actually beat Griekspoor as well as Cam Norrie. So that's quite impressive. And then he lost against Hubie Hurkacz. Then he went to the Barcelona Open, where he defeated, Manarino match was cancelled, and then he lost against Lloyd Harris, this fellow South African. I'm from South Africa. Then in the Estoril Open, he beat Thompson and Kwon and Verdasco, finally losing to Baez, who I saw is now beating Zverev at the moment. And then in Madrid, he lost against Cilic in the first round, but in 3 sets. In the Italian Open, he lost against Tommy Paul, and Geneva, he lost against O'Connell. For Carlos Alcaraz in Monte Carlo, he lost first round to Korda. Remember that battle. Barcelona, as we know, he won. In Madrid, as we know, I can't actually remember. Yeah, he won. That's the one where he beat Federer, where we beat Nadal and Djokovic, and then Zverev in the final. And then in the Italian Open, he wisely perhaps did not play. So here we are today in the French Open, and Carlos Alcaraz took the first game quite easily, and we are up 1 game to love.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. He takes the first game, and Ramos Vinolas will now serve and try to make it 1 game all. Tell me in the chat, what do you think the prediction for this match? Who do you think is going to win? I assume it's going to be Carlos Alcaraz. But then also, what do you think the scoreline is going to be? Is it going to be straight sets for Carlos Alcaraz? Or will Ramos Vinolas maybe sneak in a set, being the veteran in this case? It's 15 love for Ramos Vinolas. And Ramos now serving to the forehand of Alcaraz. Ramos now with a forehand to the forehand of Alcaraz. Clips the net. Alcaraz is running forward, but he doesn't need to get there as Ramos clips the net. It doesn't go over the net, and it's 15 all. If you are enjoying this coverage of this match, remember to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you are new to get updates on even more live coverage coming your way from the Game to Love Tennis podcast. As Ramos Vinolas is serving to the backhand of Alcaraz, Ramos now with a forehand to the forehand of Carlos, who hits it long, and it's 30-15. In the net by Ramos Vinolas at 30-15, second serve. Second serve to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos now with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz, who hits it in the net, and it's 40-15. It's interesting to have this lefty-righty dynamic in this match. Will this be good practice for Carlos Alcaraz with his potential semi-final match versus Nadal? As Ramos is serving at 40-15, Carlos returns. Ramos now with a forehand down the line. Carlos is able to get there with a great slice, and Carlos Alcaraz with the backhand and clips the net. Ramos now with a forehand to the forehand of Alcaraz. Ramos with a forehand down the line. Alcaraz now with a backhand to the forehand of Alcaraz. Now Carlos with a backhand to the forehand of Alcaraz. To the forehand of Ramos. Carlos shanks it out, and it's first game for Ramos Vinolas. And it's 1-all. 5 minutes this match so far, 1-all. Not really able to see how either of them are playing at this stage. We'll get a better sense as the game progresses. As Alcaraz will now serve at 1-all. He serves to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas, and it's an ace. Brilliant serve there by Carlos Alcaraz. $15 and he serves a fault, second serve. 1-all, $15, second serve for Alcaraz. To the forehand of Vinolas, who hits the return long, and it's $30. And he serves to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. And it's a massive hard hitting power shot winner there by Alcaraz, and it's $40. Are we heading for a game to love? Because you know what that means? Then it means that I've got to get my button ready. Alcaraz serving at $40. He serves to the, he serves in the net, second serve. Alcaraz now with a serve to the forehand of Ramos, who returns it long, and it's a game to love by Carlos Alcaraz.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
Let's see what's happening on the other courts. I'm interested to see what's happening with the Zverev match at the moment. I see that Bias took the first set, and Bias is now going to serve for the second set at 5-4. So a lot of people probably following that match at this stage. And we are heading for a tiebreak in a soccer rematch versus Mukova. And Mukova got a mini break, it seems like, and she's going to serve to make it 3-love in the second set tiebreak. We have Djokovic versus Malkin coming up after the soccer rematch, which it seems like, as it's going now, would be soon if Mukova is able to finish that tiebreak off. And I see Zapata Morales actually beat Fritz. That's Bain's qualifier to watch. He beat him in 4 sets, so that's very impressive. I see Muna versus Schwartzman is currently happening. Muna is up a break. It's interesting. I actually, in my fantasy league, I've got Dimitrov beating Schwartzman. So maybe he won't even have to face Schwartzman as it's happening now. We'll have to see. As Ramos Vinolas is serving at 1-2. Still on serve. This match probably now a bit less exciting at this stage than the other 2 matches happening, the Zverev one and the Sakari match, as they are heading for a close. And we'll see whether Ramos Vinolas can make this an interesting match. I think if Alcaraz takes this first set, then I think this match is done and dusted. As it's love 15 for Carlos Alcaraz. Ramos Vinola now serving at love 15 as he serves to the... Nope, he serves in the net. Second serve. Serves to the backhand of Alcaraz. And now Vinolas against the backhand of Alcaraz. Vinolas now with the backhand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Backhand exchange by these 2 players. Alcaraz now going for the forehand, but he hits it in the middle. But it's fine because Ramos Vinolas hits his next backhand wide. And it's love 30. Ramos Vinolas already in trouble during the early stages of this match. Will Carlos Alcaraz be able to break early in this match as Ramos Vinolas is serving to the backhand of Alcaraz? Forehand now by Ramos against the backhand of Alcaraz. Forehand exchange going for the drop shot, Ramos Vinolas, but Alcaraz gets there and now Ramos has to run to the net and he's not able to get the ball over and it's love 40. Great speed there by Carlos Alcaraz getting to that drop shot and being able to hit a drop shot in return, which Ramos Vinolas is not able to get there in time. Carlos Alcaraz obviously well rested after having pulled out from Rome. And it seems like it could have been a wise decision. We have a new member, Domingo Garcia. Welcome, welcome to the Game to Love podcast. Thank you for becoming a new member. Remember to hit the like button to this video and subscribe to the channel if you are new to make sure that you are being kept up to date with all the live streams coming your way from Game to Love during the French Open. As far as I have it at the moment, Game to Love is having a watch-along stream for 3 matches simultaneously at the moment. It being this match, Alcaraz against Ramos Vinolas, and then we also have Zverev against Baez, and then Mukova against Sakari. As we have more breakpoint opportunities for Alcaraz, Ramos Vinolas serving to the forehand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz now with a backhand to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with a backhand to the forehand of Ramos. Alcaraz now with his forehand, and Ramos is doing all the running. Backhand by Alcaraz. Oh, and that's just too much power there by Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas can't get there, and it's an early break by Carlos Alcaraz.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
It's just too much power there by Alcaraz. I mean, Ramos Vinolas was there, ready to hit the backhand, but he was shanked simply due to the raw power of the backhand by Alcaraz, as he's now serving at 3-1. Alcaraz serving to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas, and 1-2 punch, 15 love for Alcaraz. So as I look at this stage, it seems like Alcaraz is going to take this comfortably. Oh, that's just beautiful. That's Federer-like. Good serve, and then 1-2 punch, winner down the line with his forehand. Alcaraz now serving at 15 love. Fault, second serve. to the backhand of Vinolas, who hits it wide. 30 love. Yeah, Ramos Vinolas, a veteran in the sport. Let's see what's his age currently. 34 years old. And Alcaraz, only 19 years old. Turned 19 on the 5th of May. Alcaraz serving at 30 love. Fault. Second serve. And Vinolas shanks the return. And it's 40 love. Easy going for Carlos Alcaraz. Serving at 40 love. Serves a fault. Second serve. At 40 love. 3-1. Alcaraz serving to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Carlos Alcaraz with a backhand in the net. It's 40-15. Carlos Alcaraz serving. A fault. Second serve. He serves to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with a backhand. Ramos Vinolas doing all the running. Alcaraz now with a forehand to the backhand of Ramos. Alcaraz now with a forehand. And Ramos Vinolas hits it in the net. And he consolidates the break, Alcaraz, making it 4-1. Yeah, it looks like this is going to be an easy one for Alcaraz. Comfortably taking charge of this first set.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
As they are exchanging ends after that game. Let's look at what is happening in the other courts. I see Baez actually successfully served for the second set, and Zverev is down 2 sets to love. Will he be able to pull off a Tsitsipas as he did against Musetti yesterday evening and come back from 2 sets down to love? Well, what I do know is that Carlos Alcaraz will be hoping that Baez can take this through, as they are poised to face each other in the 4th round. So I think Alcaraz will be relieved he doesn't have to face Zverev there, although you might argue that it would not have been a difficult match anyway. As we know, Zverev's head-to-head against top 10 players in Grand Slams is like, what, 11-0? Interesting. And Zverev, let's not forget, he said in the beginning of this year that he's now going to be part of the new Big Three for 2022. Not looking good so far. As Ramos Vinolas is now serving, hitting it to the forehand of Alcaraz, and Alcaraz just has too much power. Here's it for a forehand winner. And I'm thinking that the bakery is open. Will Carlos Alcaraz be able to breadstick Ramos Vinolas in this first set and send a clear message that this is not going to be a long match? Vinolas serving at love 15, fault, second serve. Love 15, Ramos Vinolas serving to the backhand of Alcaraz. And Vinolas now heading to the backhand of Alcaraz, who slices. Alcaraz now with a forehand down the line, and Ramos Vinolas is not able to get there. It's another winner as love 30. Alcaraz already hitting 5 winners this match, taking full control with a beautiful forehand down the line. Love 30. Vinolas serving. Alcaraz now with a forehand to the backhand of Vinolas. Alcaraz with a backhand, and he's going to the net, and he closes out with a volley. Alcaraz, and it's love 40. This is just brilliant stuff here by Alcaraz, showing today It could have been an interesting matchup, but he's showing no, this is going to be very, very straightforward, and he's playing like he is a GOAT, or a potential future GOAT, I would rather say. It's always so fascinating to see the likes of Djokovic, Federer, and Nadal, how they play their first round matches. It just looks like they're playing a different sport, and the same is happening here with Alcaraz. Alcaraz here on the move. Ramos Vinolas now with the backhand. Alcaraz with the forehand to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz with a forehand in the net. And there's an error, and the crowd is like, an error? What's that? Is an error something you can eat? Well, I would love to eat it because I'm so hungry at this stage. I've been streaming now the previous match, now this one as well, so I'm fairly hungry, but hey, who needs food? As Ramos Vinolas is now serving at 15-40. Vinolas at the net, and he smashes it for a winner. That's 30-40. And the crowd is cheering on because they want to see a more competitive match. 30-40 still, another break point he has to face. Another break point. Ramos Vinolas serving to the forehand of Alcaraz. Vinolas now to the backhand of Alcaraz, who hits it in the net, and we're on deuce. All right, Ramos Vinolas trying to make a match out of this. Let's see whether he can hold. I see we are quite a lot of people in. Currently at 140. Remember to hit the like button while you are watching there, if you like this coverage of Ramos Vinolas against the Alcaraz. As Alcaraz is now having a backhand to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with a forehand to the forehand of Vinolas. And Alcaraz is now, hitting a beautiful winner with his forehand down the line by Alcaraz. That's just magnificent. And I think Ramos Vinolas is now running out of ideas on how to handle this type of shot making. It's just beautiful there with the forehand down the line with topspin as if he is Rafael Nadal. Ramos Vinolas now taking control of this rally. Yes, and Ramos Vinolas hits it wide. Alcaraz takes another break, and it's 5-1 for Carlos Alcaraz.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
And Alcaraz ready there, opening the bakery, and is ready to deliver some fresh breadsticks as he's now going to serve at 5-1. Hey, Lexi, welcome to the chat. Saying, come on, guys, hit like for Haman, JG, and Ben. Thank you very much. Remember to hit that like button. It's just there underneath. Just go with your finger a little bit down. You'll get the like button there, and then subscribe to the channel if you are new to get more updates on live streaming. Haman, I'm going for Alcaraz in straight sets. Yeah, I agree with you, Lexi. I think looking at how this is going now, I think we could be looking at 3 bakery items as it's going now. Ramos Vinolas tries to go for a winner down the line, but he hits it wide. And he looks like he doesn't know what's going on in this match, Ramos Vinolas. Running out of ideas. What do? Well, you simply just play and enjoy the match, and I guess, yeah, I don't know. If I was a coach, I wouldn't know what to tell him, really. Sometimes you just, the talent of your opponent is just too much. As Alcaraz is now serving at 15-love to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas, who hits it in the net. Lexi saying this is a quick match. JG just finished the Sakari-Makova match. So I assume Makova took the tiebreak there. I saw it was going to a tiebreak, and I saw Makova was up a break. So did she take the match there? But yeah, that was a very long match. As Alcaraz is now serving at 30-love to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas, who returns it in the net. It's 40-love, and it's 3 set points for Alcaraz. triple set point as Alcaraz is going to serve. To the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Returns it. Alcaraz now with the forehand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with the backhand. And Alcaraz is approaching the net with a half volley, but Ramos Vinolas is there with a pass. And the crowd is applauding because finally he does something worth commenting on. Something not to be too harsh. And it's not harsh on Ramos Vinolas. It's just the poor, the raw power by Alcaraz that is just too much. But he has 2 more set points at 40-15. Now serving to the forehand of Alcaraz. That's the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. And Alcaraz is a 4-0 winner down the line. And he takes the first set 6-1.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
And it's a breadstick there delivered by Carlos Alcaraz in the first set. Tell me in the chat, what do you think is the match going to look like this for the remainder, the other sets as well? Do you think Ramos Vinolas can do something differently? Well, if I was the coach for Ramos Vinolas, I don't know what I would tell him. Maybe he needs some inspiration. Maybe he needs to download an app called APEAK Tennis, which could give him some tips on what to do during this match.
Isn't it frustrating when you play great in practice but play poorly during competition? Performing well during competition requires your ability to remain present, focused, believe in yourself when things are going against you, manage expectations in a way that allows you to play freely, and always be ready to embrace challenges as opportunities for improvement. APEAK Tennis is led by a legendary and world-renowned performance psychologist, Dr. Jim Layer, who helped 17 athletes become world number ones, including Novak Djokovic, Andre Agassi, Jim Courier, Monica Seles, and Arantxa Sanchez Vicario. At APEAK, their mission is to make mental training accessible and affordable so that everyone can receive world-class mental training anytime and anywhere. Now, for less than $6 a month, billed annually, you can start winning more matches and enjoy the game in the process. Best of all, APEAK is a freemium app. That means you'll have access to everything for 7 days without putting credit card information. You can purchase the app if you like it, or even if you do not purchase the app, you will still have full access to the resources section where you will receive weekly mental training lessons. APEAK Tennis is already used by so many top US college teams and top players. The official mental training of Intercollegiate Tennis Association and the United States Professional Tennis Association. With APEAK Tennis, it does give you the competitive advantage.
Yeah, so if you're a tennis player, make sure you check out APEAK Tennis. The great thing there about this app is not only the fact that you get a free trial period, but also you get a free trial period with full access. It's not limited to certain basic functions. It's full access to the whole app. And also what's great about it is a lot of apps, they provide you a free trial, but then they automatically start to bill you after that, and you forgot about that app. And then you just get these bills forgetting that you have this app. But here with APEAK Tennis, they don't require any credit card details of you when you do your free trial. So you have nothing to lose. So check out the APEAK Tennis app and check whether you can take your tennis to another level. Lexi asking, what do you think Albert Ramos Vinolas needs to at least try even to get to the level of Alcaraz's play? And my honest answer is, I don't know. I really don't know. Won't know what to tell him if I was his coach. And that's why I'm probably not a coach. That being said, when I look at these coaching things, for example, the Laver Cup, right? Then they provide you with insights as to the coaching that they receive from either John McEnroe or Bjorn Borg or the other players. Then it's always these dull, obvious coaching tips like go for your shots, play aggressive. Like, really, is that the inside scoop tips that coaches are providing their players? Surely not. So either it's because they don't want to give out like strategies to the public and other players in the Laver Cup because they want to use those strategies later on the ATP tour. It must be that, surely. I can't think that if I have a coach and I pay this coach thousands of dollars and he tells me, play aggressive. Like, oh, wow, So I don't know. I don't know what's going inside these behind-the-scenes coachings, but honestly, I would tell Ramos Vinolas, listen, you're not going to win this match. The other opponent is just too talented. Try and enjoy it. Try to maybe avoid the bakery, which he's not doing at this moment, but he is serving at 40-15. Let's see whether he can take the first game. He serves to the forehand of Alcaraz. Now a backhand by Ramos Vinolas. He hits it long and it's 40-30. Polemic Fool asking, how do you see Nadal's chances this year in Roland Garros after his great first round? Yeah, well, he played magnificently well in the first round, but so did Djokovic, So it's difficult to compare. Well, in my fantasy league on the TNS app, the tennis app TNNS, make sure to join that if you haven't already yet. They have a fantasy league where you can participate each tournament, including the Roland Garros. And I've got actually Nadal beating Djokovic in the quarterfinals, and I've got Nadal winning the tournament. Why? Well, simply because I feel like you can never bet against Nadal in the French Open. As Ramos Vinolas takes the first game and avoids a bagel, at least at this stage. So yeah, I'm saying that I think Nadal will win simply due to the history. I think you can just never count him out, no matter the form that is coming in, no matter what injuries you think he might have. I think just out of respect for his historical performances, he will always be the favorite in this tournament. Liam, nice to have you in the chat. Well, it must be very late now where you are. Welcome. So you're saying no suit today, like the video. Yeah, thank you very much. No, so I thought of maybe going for the suit again and make it like a trend or something, but no, that's not going to happen in the future streams. So I'm just comfortable in my hoodie today. So remember, everyone, to like the video. And thank you for joining us here today. It's a packed day. Got a lot of streams here in the Game to Love podcast. Currently, Alcaraz against Ramos Vinolas. I assume the Zverev match is still underway. Let's see what's happening at the Zverev match quickly. Zverev, it seems like he got the break in the third set, and he's serving now 3-1. Trying to make it 4-1. So I'm guessing, and tell me in the chat whether you agree, I think Zverev's going to do the same that Tsitsipas did yesterday and come back from 2 sets to love. As Alcaraz is now serving at 15 love. Alcaraz serving to a backhand of Ramos Vinolas, but it's a fault. Second serve. Alcaraz serving. Second serve at 15 love. To the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with the backhand to the forehand of Ramos. Alcaraz with a backhand down the line. Ramos Vinolas with his backhand. Alcaraz with a forehand with a great angle. Ramos Vinolas tries to slice it down the line, but it goes wide, and it's 30 love, Carlos Alcaraz. PK saying, I want to Liam on my first. Thank you very much, Liam. Great commentator, a lot of energy. And I think he mentioned that he'll be commentating again on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Carlos Alcaraz serves. Fault, second serve at 30 love. To the backhand of Ramos. Alcaraz with a big forehand to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Oh, and Alcaraz is just hitting it way too hard. Way too much power for Ramos Vinolas to handle. Like, Ramos Vinolas is there. He's ready to return the ball. But the power which the ball is going into the racket is just too much. And you cannot get your timing right to get that ball back. And it's 40 love, Alcaraz. He serves. And he goes to the net. And he goes for a drop shot at the net with a volley. And it's a game to love for Carlos Alcaraz.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos,
And it's 1 game all in the second set as Ramos Vinolas is serving to the backhand of Alcaraz, who's not able to get that backhand. It's 15-love. Francesco saying Tsitsipas and Alcaraz final in Roland Garros. Interesting. So that'll be quite a feat, if Carlos Alcaraz is able to beat Djokovic. No. He will not be needing to beat both Nadal and Djokovic. Sorry about that. He'll need to beat probably either Djokovic or Nadal in the semifinals, and then probably facing Tsitsipas in the final. Tell me in the chat, do you think that Tsitsipas needs to worry about his first match, that it went to 5 sets? Is it something we need to worry about? Or does it, given his age, not really matter that much that he needed to play 5 sets in the first round? As Ramos Vinolas is serving at 30-love to the backhand of Alcaraz. Now with the forehand of Alcaraz goes to the drop shot. Alcaraz is able to get there, and Alcaraz is able to get there in time and hit it for a winner. Brilliant pace there by Carlos Alcaraz as it's now 30-15. Alcaraz is looking at the line. He's like, is that in? Yes, it is in. Oh, that's great pace there by Carlos Alcaraz. Obviously well rested. He skipped Rome. And he should be ready to play how many sets is required in this French Open as Ramos Vinolas serves to the backhand of Alcaraz. Now Ramos Vinolas to the backhand of Alcaraz. Vinolas with a backhand down the line. Alcaraz with a backhand cross-court. Now Alcaraz with a backhand cross-court. And now forehand by Alcaraz down the line. A backhand by Ramos Vinolas. Forehand by Carlos Alcaraz. Carlos Alcaraz is able to hit it very deep. But Carlos Alcaraz hits that ball wide. And it's 40-15. So already it seems like this set is going to be more competitive than the first set, which I guess from a neutral point of view is good news. Ramos Vinolas at 40-15. Fault, second serve. Serve by Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz runs around his backhand to his forehand, and he's able to hit it hard enough that Ramos Vinolas is not able to get there, and it's 40-30. They show second serve points 1. Ramos Vinolas 3 out of 10. Alcaraz 9 out of 10. That's interesting. So let's maybe try to focus here on whether it's due to Ramos Vinolas not having good second serves, or is it rather due to Alcaraz really capitalizing on the slower serve. First serve by Ramos Vinolas. Forehand return by Carlos Alcaraz. Alcaraz now with a forehand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Now Alcaraz with a drop shot, but the drop shot is not able to cross the net, and it's a game for Ramos Vinolas. It's 2-1, already a more competitive set than the first set, which was a breadstick of 6-1. Tell me in the chat, what is your prediction for the remainder of this match? Who do you think is going to win, and what are the scores going to be? So if I had to say, I still think it's going to be straight sets for Carlos Alcaraz. In fact, if you look at how the first set went, I thought it might be another breadstick as well. But now, surprise, surprise, Carlos Alcaraz is actually now leading. We're on serve, but he's leading the second set 2-1. If you look at the stats here, because it's interesting that they said on the stream that Alcaraz is winning the second service points by Ramos Vinolas. So, but despite that, Ramos Vinolas is getting 80% of his first serves in. So, how I analyze that is that if Ramos Vinolas' first serve is going to drop, then he's in big trouble because he's losing all his second serve points. So if the second serve point is going to become a bigger portion of the total points, then he's going to lose many more points. Maths. I think that makes sense. As Alcaraz is serving at 1-2, he serves to the backhand of Alcaraz. And it's interesting, this lefty-righty combination here. As Ramos Vinolas hits it in the net, it's 15-love. What are Alcaraz's chances of ending up as winning as many slabs of the big three? That's a very, very interesting question. And I've thought about it a lot. these past few weeks, but especially days, right? So a lot of people are saying, don't get ridiculous. He will never be the same level as the big three, as these big three players, your Federer, your Nadal, your Djokovic. They are like literally once in a lifetime players. And it just so happened to be that they all played in the same era. So people say he won't be the same level, and therefore he won't achieve as many Grand Slams. But think about this mathematically, right? Does he need to be the same level to get 20 Grand Slams? Because if you think about it, if he doesn't have the competition of two others as the big three did, then if you look at it mathematically, as good as them, then he should get 60 Grand Slams, right? Probably not exactly. You can't do that math just as is. But with less competition, he can achieve 20 Grand Slams without being as close as good as the big three was. Do you agree with that train of thought? Because it all depends on the rest of the field. Who is he going to face? Who's his competition going to be? And it's difficult to say because probably most of his competition are not even on the ATP Tour yet. If you look at Federer, his biggest competition, Nadal and Djokovic, 5 years and 6 years younger than him, respectively. What is your take in the chat? Capricorn saying, if Alcaraz continues to play the way he plays right now, we can win more than 20 slams. And it'll be interesting. A lot of people, when you talk about the GOAT debate, they look at the total amount of slams. But I would argue here that Carlos Alcaraz can win more than 20 slams, let's say 25, and still not be the GOAT. There's an interesting calculator if you go to Ultimate Tennis Statistics. I think that's the site's name. Or if you just Google Tennis GOAT Calculator. They go there and calculate the GOAT ranking by looking at everything. And I think that's the most fair way of calculating it. They look at all the stats of all the players and weight it according to how they think it should be weighted. And yeah, that's quite interesting to see that list. We can maybe look at that list later on. Let's just get here to Alcaraz serving at 30 all, maybe in trouble. Alcaraz goes to the net and he hits a 4 volley winner, 40-30. Joe saying, wouldn't it be epic to have Haman, Liam, Faison, JG, Ben, Coffee Break Tennis? I'm a big fan of Coffee Break Tennis. And Gil Gross, I assume that's Gil Gross, Gruskin, Silk, and Cam Tennis YouTube watch party. That would be insane. Cam Tennis, yeah, I assume you mean there Cam Williams. I'm a big fan of him as well. Coffee Break Tennis. And then Slice, Tennis Slice, also a big fan of him as well. I'm not sure what his real name is. As we are at 40-30, Alcaraz serving to stay in this second set as he serves to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Now Alcaraz with the forehand. Ramos Vinolas doing all the running. Alcaraz now with the backhand, who hits it long, and we're on deuce. Okay, so it seems like some errors are creeping in here for Alcaraz. And you feel that he shouldn't make this match more complicating than it has to be. Yeah, forgot the Slice. Great tennis channel as well. So if you haven't heard of the Slice yet, make sure that you go check it out and subscribe to that channel. So get some. I don't think he does live commentary, but he has some good analysis. Similar to Gil Gross, who I think also just does analysis and not live commentary. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the Monday Match Analysis always by Gil Gross. Alcaraz, advantage, serving to force it to 2-all. To the backhand of Ramos Vinolas, who returns it in the net, and it's 2-all for Carlos Alcaraz, holding his serve. And the button, I have to scroll so far. Here it is.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
All right, we are at 2-all, and this second set is looking at us. It's going to be more competitive than the first set. Remember to hit the like button to this video if you are following this along with me, and join the Game to Love community by subscribing and enjoy the tennis with us throughout this tournament further, as Ramos Vinolas is now hitting to the backhand of Carlos Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas now going down for a backhand, now with a forehand to the forehand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz hits it in the net, and it's 15-love. Jared saying Gil is the best tennis analyst in tennis media, including TV. I 100% agree with that. I feel like those official analysts on TV, they always state these obvious things. They play it so safe. Because I think maybe they are scared of making a prediction that turns out to be wrong or something. But Jana, I definitely prefer the analysis of Gil Gross rather than the official channels. I think also official channels, maybe they are scared of saying something that could be controversial, while Gil Gross will provide his opinion on controversial topics such as the Wimbledon points being taken away and things like that. I always feel like I don't have an opinion on a topic yet before I haven't heard Gil Gross's opinion, because I seem to always agree with him. Polemic Fool saying, I believe the most important GOAT stat is the all-time win percentage. Things like weeks number 1 are too dependent on injuries and external to game factors. Yes, it's definitely an important stat. I know what the GOAT calculator also takes into account is like the quality of the players that you faced. So it will look at the ranking of the player that you faced in getting your points. Very much like the ELO ranking. I don't know if you heard about that before. ELO, it takes into account the quality of the players that you had to face to get those wins according to the ranking of those opponents. As Ramos Vinolas is serving and it's 15-30, Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Oh, that's a great backhand drive there by Carlos Alcaraz. And he pushes it to 15-40. Breakpoint opportunities. He apologizes for Ramos Vinolas. I'm not sure why. Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe just apologizing for being that good. I don't know. And it's 2 breakpoint opportunities for Carlos Alcaraz. Double break point. Ramos Vinolas serving. It clips the net and it goes up. Second serve. It's a packed stadium there today. Ramos Vinolas now serving to the forehand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas now with the backhand to the backhand of Alcaraz, who hits it long. 30-40. Another breakpoint opportunity for Alcaraz. Yeah, it seems like there's no empty seat in that stadium. Everybody there to see the greatest Spanish tennis player, the king of clay, Carlos Alcaraz. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. As we get to 30-40, Ramos Vinolas save another breakpoint. He serves to the backhand of Alcaraz. And Ramos Vinolas has an open court. And Alcaraz hits it wide. We're on to deuce. So breakpoints 1, Carlos Alcaraz 2 out of 8. So that's not great, especially on clay. You expect that a breakpoint conversion to be higher than, let's say, a grass where you can easily save the breakpoint by just serving an ace. Ramos Vinolas now serving a fault, second serve, on deuce, 2-all. He serves to the backhand of Alcaraz. Vinolas with a forehand and a backhand winner down the line by Carlos Alcaraz. That's just beautiful. I would have said an oil painting of a backhand, but you can't say oil painting of a backhand if it's not at least a one-handed backhand. So it's just a backhand down the line winner. I mean, nothing beats a one-handed backhand winner down the line. That's just the most beautiful shot in tennis. Another breakpoint opportunity for Alcaraz, as they show that he's now hit 7 winners throughout the second set, and Vinolas none. Ramos Vinolas serves. Alcaraz is not able to get it back. He hits it in the net, and we're back to deuce. As we are a lot of people online at the moment, remember to hit that like button, and together we will be watching whether Carlos Alcaraz can go through to this third round of the French Open. As Ramos Vinolas is serving fault, second serve. I can't see how many likes we have at this stage. I never know where to look. So I would like to say, oh, we are so close to whatever. I don't want to say we're close to 100 and then we are like at 5. So you can maybe tell me in the chat if you can see how many likes are there. I don't know where to look for that. I can only see we are currently 118 people watching live. Advantage Ramos Vinolas. As this is now becoming a long game, we're approaching 6 minutes for this game. Can he serve this out? Ramos Vinolas now serving to the backhand. As Ramos goes to the net with a half volley, Alcaraz is able to get there in time and he hits it for a winner with a passing shot. Alcaraz gets that point and we're back to deuce. So you can see Ramos Vinolas was there like in two minds there because he was like, should I go for the volley or the half volley? And he went for the half volley, but in the end, Carlos Alcaraz was able to get there in time and hit it for a passing shot. And we're back to deuce. And this game is long as he serves to the backhand of Alcaraz. That's a great forehand there by Ramos Vinolas. That's Nadal-like. Ramos Vinolas hits a backhand winner. Carlos Alcaraz is not able to get there, and he has advantage. Okay, Jared saying we have 25 likes, and then just after that, 32 likes. Okay, so remember in the chat, if you are watching and enjoying this video, remember to hit the like button. It really helps the channel a lot. Advantage, Ramos Vinolas serving in the net. Second serve. Second serve to the backhand of Carlos Alcaraz, who slice returns, it goes wide, and Ramos Vinolas is able to get the game. And he leads, can you believe it? He leads, we're on serve, but he leads the second set 3-2. Red Devil becoming a new member. Weren't you? I've seen you so often on the Game to Love channel, like commentating. So if you're a new member, well, welcome to the Game to Love podcast. But I swear I've seen you a lot in previous chats. Francesco saying, I hope to see Sinner win some slams in the future. He has a good game, but needs to improve his physique to avoid injuries. Interesting take. So if we look at his previous injuries, it was like, I don't know what you call it in English. I know the Afrikaans word, fratte, but in English, I don't know what it is, that you get on like on the bottom of your feet, right? The same that happened to Cilic in the Wimbledon final of 2018. So if that's a regular problem he gets, I don't think that's something you can fix in the gym. Unless he's prone to other types of injuries as well. But yeah, I think also Sinner, maybe he needs to for my liking, is maybe a bit one-dimensional at this stage. So, like, he's not a big server. He's not a serve and volleyer. He's not a athletic when it comes to running side to side necessarily. So if you think of all the great players, they have some weapon that makes them great. And I think Sinner at this stage maybe doesn't have that weapon that takes him into another class yet. But he's still very young. I think often we are maybe too harsh on players like him and Felix Auger-Aliassime. We forget how young they still are. So they still have a lot of time to develop into one of the greats. Capo saying, am I going to try to pronounce that? Let's try. Halsningar from Stockholm. Okay, I think I did a good job there. I'm probably very wrong in how I pronounce that, but hello. Greetings from Stockholm. Greetings from my side, from Cape Town, South Africa. As Alcaraz is serving and is currently love 15. Alcaraz serving to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with the backhand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz with the forehand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz with the forehand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz with the forehand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with a I'm losing my words. Alcaraz going for the net with a volley and drop shot volley there at the net, and he takes that point. Ramos Vinolas looks frustrated. I think there was a point that should have been called out that wasn't. I think when I commentate during a rally, I should just say, Ramos or just Vinolas, because saying Ramos Vinolas during a rally, it's quite a lengthy pronunciation. Alcaraz serving at 15-all. Fault, second serve. Second serve to the forehand of Ramos. And now Ramos with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos now with a forehand again to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos now with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz as the pattern continues. Ramos tries to change it up by going down the line with his forehand, but he hits it long, and it's 30-15. So with a relatively small population, any idea on why Spain produces so much tennis talent? I've got no idea. So not being from Spain, I have no idea. So maybe if you're in the chat and you're from Spain, maybe tell me your opinion. One possible reason that I can think of is maybe when a country participates in less quantity of sports, then you will produce more talent per sport. And then similarly, if you play more sports in one country, then maybe you'll have less talented players per sport. So I remember there was a question in a different chat, like, why does England not produce more tennis stars? And I can't remember what the answer of the person was and where, on what platform that was. But then immediately my thought was, well, England basically participates in every sport that you can think of. So you can think when you're young and you realize you're athletic, which sport you decide doesn't really matter because you're going to be good at whatever you decide to do. So when you have more options, being an athletic young prodigy, then maybe you'll have less talented people per sport, if I think about it mathematically, but I could be completely wrong. And I could be wrong that Spain doesn't partake in as many sports as other countries. Maybe I'm completely wrong on that. Son of Robin Records, I think this has been saying hit the like button for this video. We are quite a lot of people online today. A lot of coverage by Game to Love. We've got this match. We have the Zverev match. And we also had a Sakkari match where she lost. Saying that Spain has a relatively... but Spain also participates in every sport. Okay, yeah, so that's the thing. I'm not very knowledgeable on the sports that they participate in. Like the sports I know are sports that Spain doesn't necessarily participate in. For example, cricket, for example, rugby. I know they're obviously very good in football or soccer. Yeah. Okay, small population, Capricorn says, only 47 million. But then you have like the Czech Republic. I am assuming they're also a small population, but they've got a lot of tennis talent there. Ben confirming that it is him. Hi, Ben. How are you doing? You're saying Djokovic match. I'm not sure what you mean by that, by Djokovic match. Is he playing now? I'm going to, after this game, check quickly what's going around on the grounds. I'm also quite interested to see what's happening with the Zverev's match, unless you want to tell me in the chat what's happening with the Zverev match. Is he taking control? As Ramos Vinolas hits that ball wide and he looks very frustrated. It's 30-15. Well, he shouldn't be too frustrated. It's 3-all in the second set. It's going a lot better than the first set. The question is Ramos Vinolas playing better in the second set, or is Alcaraz playing worse? And I would say, looking at how far it's going, I would say Alcaraz is playing worse in the second set. In the first set, he was just dominating with winners, chicken dinners. As Ramos is serving at 30-15, he serves to the backhand of Alcaraz. Now Ramos with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Passage of play we've seen very often today. And now backhand down the line by Alcaraz. Now Alcaraz to the backhand cross court. And Ramos hits it long. And it's 30-all. So there's a lot of errors today. Ramos Vinolas, 3 winners, 15 errors. Alcaraz, 18 winners, 21 unforced errors. But yeah, that's disappointing from Ramos Vinolas with 3 winners and 15 unforced errors. Which begs the question, what strategy should he use? Should he go for broke and say, well, listen, I'm not going to win this match anyway, as it stands, so let's just go for broke and play extremely attacking? Or should he try the approach of just getting the ball back and hoping that Alcaraz level will drop? As Alcaraz is running around everywhere, Alcaraz now with the backhand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz with the backhand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. As they exchange backhands, Alcaraz changing the direction. And now again with the backhand down the line, Alcaraz now with the forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Is a very long rally here. But Ramos Vinolas hits it long, and it's a break point opportunity here for Carlos Alcaraz. So a debate here in the chat whether Spain has a small population or not. Capricorn saying objectively they don't have a small population, but Polemicful saying that relatively compared to, let's say, Germany, France, Great Britain, USA, Russia, Japan. As Ramos Vinolas is facing a break point here, serving to the forehand of Alcaraz. Now Ramos Vinolas with a big forehand. It's in. Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand, and Alcaraz is doing all the running. Alcaraz hits it wide, and we're on deuce. It was good hitting there by Ramos Vinolas. And now Alcaraz is frustrated. No reason to get frustrated. We're fairly poised in the second set. As Ramos Vinolas is serving at deuce. To the backhand of Alcaraz, but service long, second serve. To the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz tries to change direction with his return, but he hits it wide, and as advantage, Ramos Vinolas. Well, if Ramos Vinolas is able to get this game, and we're at 4-3, and then it becomes 4-all, well, then anything can happen by the end of the set. And I did not see this coming. Looking at where we were at the end of the first set, as Ramos Vinolas is now serving to the backhand of Alcaraz. That's a great serve, and it's making Alcaraz run around. Alcaraz gets there every time. Ramos Vinolas in control, he's at the net, and that's just brilliant passage of play by Ramos Vinolas. It started all with a wide serve to the backhand of Carlos Alcaraz, and it dictated that point, and he holds. And it's 4-3. Will Carlos Alcaraz, the 6th seed, be able to close out the set? Or is Ramos Vinolas going to make this more interesting and force another set at least out of Carlos Alcaraz? Let's see what's happening around the ground at the other courts. Zverev took the third set 6-1 and is up a break already in the fourth set as well. 2-1 and serving. Djokovic and Molcan. Oh, Djokovic is just dominating that set. 5-2 at the moment for Djokovic against Molcan. I guess from a neutral point of view, you hoped that that could be a bit more interesting, as Molcan also is coached by Djokovic's ex-coach. You have Sloane and Stevens losing the first set to Kirstia. That's bad for my fantasy league. I actually have Sloane and Stevens going far in this tournament. Schwartzman, he lost the first set to Munar, and it's currently 5-all in the second set. So that looks like a very interesting matchup. And I'm sure Dimitrov, who's going to play Chorik later on, will be hoping that Schwartzman loses his match, as Dimitrov is poised to face Schwartzman, I think, in the 4th round. Or is it the 3rd round? I can't remember. No, it's the 3rd round, because Schwartzman is poised to face Djokovic in the 4th round. So if Dimitrov is able to beat Chorik, then he will face the winner of Munar and Schwartzman. And I'm assuming he would rather not face Schwartzman being so good on clay. As Alcaraz serves an ace, 15-love. Alcaraz already having served 3 aces this set so far. Alcaraz serving to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. And Ramos Vinolas is able to get racket on the ball, but the pace is just too much to handle, and it's 30 love. Love, Alcaraz serving. Fault, second serve. Alcaraz serving to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with the backhand, and then just hitting it in the middle of the court, nobody taking any risks. Alcaraz now with a lobbish backhand, but Ramos Vinolas hits it long. And it's 40 love. All right, so Carlos Alcaraz having an easy service game compared to some others that we've had during the set. Can he make it a game to love? As he serves at 40 love to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz is at the net, and Alcaraz slices it into the net at the net. Disappointment by the crowd. 40-15 for Alcaraz. Interesting tactic there, going for the servant volley, but unfortunately it did not work. Alcaraz serving to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz with a massive backhand winner. That's just pure strength. And Carlos Alcaraz takes that set, and we are at 4-all. Awkward silence because I'm trying to find the button. Here we go.
Ramos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos! Ramos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos!
All right, so it's 4-all. Who saw that coming after the first set? It's becoming tight. Which player is going to blink first? Tell me in the chat, what do you think is going to happen by the end of this set? Are we going for a tiebreak? Is somebody going to break? What is going to happen? Put your comments in the chat and hit the like button for this video, as Ramos Vinolas is now taking it fairly easily. 30 love on his serve. 2 unreturned serves or unreturned by Alcaraz. 30 love. As Vinolas is getting ready to serve to the, nope, in the net. Second serve. Let's see. To the forehand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz now with a backhand down the line, but is it long? That's 40 love. Polemkel saying, I gotta go. Great channel, mister. I'll be back for more. It's great to have you here today. Hope to see you soon, and I hope you subscribed to make sure that you see some more great Game to Love content coming your way in this Grand Slam and post this Grand Slam as well. As Ramos Vinolas is serving at 40 love. He serves an ace, and it's a Game to Love by Ramos Vinolas. And I think that's the first Game to Love by Ramos Vinolas, and at a crucial stage as well at the business end of the second set, and he now leads 5-4. Well. So Carlos Alcaraz will need to then force it to a 5-all. I did not see this coming. Especially if you take into account, right? Ramos Vinolas, 3 winners this match and 18 unforced errors. How on earth is he able to force it to 5-4 in the second set with those weak stats? Well, if we look at the points, you can see Ramos Vinolas has saved 8 out of 10 break points. That's, well, you can, depending on your point of view, it's either very impressive by Ramos Vinolas or it's weak by Carlos Alcaraz, because you would expect on clay especially that you'll be able to convert way more break points than 2 out of 10. I mean, it's becoming to get to Federer level of being unable to convert your break points. Oh, the most frustrating match, well, not the most frustrating, but one of the most, was the US Open final between Djokovic and Federer in, I think, 2015. And Federer converted like 3 out of 24 break points or something like that. You can correct me in the chat if exactly what the number was. As Alcaraz is now serving to stay in the set at 4-5. He serves to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Now Alcaraz trying to be too aggressive and needs a forehand into the net, and it's 15 love. No, love 15. And Ramos Vinolas is now only 3. That's the number. How do you do a 3? Like that. That's a 3. 3 points away from taking the second set. Ramos Vinolas receiving it on his backhand. There's a big service by Alcaraz, but Ramos Vinolas is able to get it back and return it deep as Alcaraz returns it long. So it was very impressive there by Ramos Vinolas as he was able to get the ball deep. It was very high and loopy, but it's deep. So there isn't much Alcaraz can do with that. And it's love 30. And the last 10 points is 7 Ramos Vinolas and only 3 Carlos Alcaraz. Are we seeing a momentum shift here? Ramos Vinolas now only 2 points away from taking the set. Carlos Alcaraz serving to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz is in trouble. Ramos Vinolas now going forward. Alcaraz slices with his forehand. Ramos Vinolas now with a backhand slice. Alcaraz now with a big forehand. Oh, that's just amazing. Alcaraz with a massive forehand cross court and is able to win that point. He was in trouble. He was not in a good position in that point. But unfortunately, Ramos Vinolas was not able to capitalize on his weak positioning there. And it's 15-30. Alcaraz not out of trouble yet. 15-30 as he serves to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Ramos Vinolas is not able to return that. It's long and it's 30 all. It's strange to now be ahead of the scoreboard because previously I was behind the scoreboard and now I'm actually ahead. 30 all. Alcaraz serving to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz is a great return by Ramos Vinolas, but Ramos Vinolas hits it in the net. He was in control of that point, but he hit it in the net as 40-30. Serving Alcaraz. Fault. Second serve. Second serve to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with a forehand. Alcaraz gets there. Alcaraz now with a forehand, and Alcaraz is doing all the running, but Ramos Vinolas hits it long. It's 5 games all.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
And Alcaraz forces it to 5 games all, and it's really becoming tight here at the end of the second set. Teomir saying, wow, really? I assume you only saw the score line now after you were away for a while, and you can't believe how it's 5 games all in the second set. And it seems like you're rooting for a Ramos. So I'm assuming that you are either a Djokovic or a Nadal fan, hoping that they won't need to face Alcaraz in the semifinal. Well, Alcaraz is still in control here at 5 all, but Ramos Vinolas is serving 15 love. He serves a fault, second serve. PK saying it's amazing how clutch Alcaraz is at the age of 90. That's very impressive. If you look at his finals record, I think it's now like 6 love. He's won all his finals played. And that's why a lot of people will say that, yeah, these next-gen players, they do well in the 3-set games, but then in the Grand Slams, they choke. And usually is true. But looking at how clutch Alcaraz is as he gets there, a winner, he hit a drop shot. Ramos Vinolas was able to get there, but Alcaraz was then ready at the net for the follow-up shot. So looking at like his record, Alcaraz, where he's able to win his finals, and all of them, I think all of them except one in straight sets, there's no reason why his quality performance won't replicate to the Grand Slams as well. as Ramos Vinolas is serving at 15-all to the backhand of Alcaraz. But it's a fault. Oh, no, it's not a fault, sorry. Alcaraz now with the forehand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz with the backhand. Vinolas in control of this rally. Alcaraz with the backhand who hits it long, and it's 30-15. So it seems like Ramos Vinolas is going to at least get a tie-break opportunity, and anything can happen in a tie-break. Ramos is 34. I checked previously in the stream. Let's just confirm. He is 34 years old, and Alcaraz, as we know, is 19. 34. You just got your keys the wrong way around. It's 40-15 for Ramos Vinolas. So a matchup I really want to see before retirement is Federer versus Alcaraz. I mean, that age difference is insane. It would be such a joy to watch if Federer is able to get the quality back. As Ramos Vinolas is now going for, or Alcaraz is going for the lob, but he hits it long, and it's game Ramos Vinolas, 6-5. All right. So as we say, it will at least be a tiebreak. Can Ramos Vinolas break? Well, he hasn't faced any break points this match yet. Or he hasn't gotten a breakpoint opportunity this match yet. Like, not just not converted. He hasn't even, Carlos Alcaraz hasn't faced a breakpoint this whole match yet. So I think it's very unlikely that Ramos Vinolas will be able to break here and just take the second set. So most probably we are going to a tie break. Peking asking, don't you think Federer at top level is the toughest matchup for Alcaraz? Possibly. There was a previous question also in a previous stream. I'm not sure whether it was Game to Love, where someone asked, who is the most difficult person to face as your first match? Is it Djokovic, Nadal, or Federer? I think it's Nadal, because I think Nadal is the most unorthodox player of those, and also being a lefty and his extreme topspin. Obviously, what makes Federer difficult is his variety and his net play, and standing so close to the baseline, you feel like you're being smothered. And obviously what makes Djokovic amazing is you feel like you're playing against the wall. It's just difficult to hit a winner. But it will be an interesting matchup. I think from a Federer perspective, he will... Oh, that's a massive shot here by Ramos Vinolas. Big forehand. And Alcaraz hits that long, and it's love 15. So I think from a Federer perspective, his game plan for Alcaraz will be to be super aggressive and not allow Alcaraz to use his power by being as close to the baseline as possible. And that also means, now that I think of it, that Carlos Alcaraz's drop shot will maybe not be as effective against Federer. You might think it will be extra effective because Federer is old and therefore maybe slower, but he plays so close to the baseline that it doesn't really need to run that far to get to the drop shot. As Alcaraz hits that in the net, it's a great return there by Ramos Vinolas, and it's love 30. He's in trouble. Ramos Vinolas is in trouble. No, Alcaraz is in trouble. Sorry, mix up. Love 30. Alcaraz serving. Will he face his first break point of this match as he serves to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas? Alcaraz now at the net. Ramos Vinolas tries to pass, but he is not able to. Alcaraz is clutch at the net, able to volley that away, and it's 15-30. Because I just think Alcaraz is an offensive player. Federer will control most of the offense in the matchup. I think so. And also, Alcaraz doesn't really have that big of a serve. So it's not like he will serve Federer out of the match. It will be a very, very interesting matchup. I'm not sure. I actually tried to check whether Alcaraz plays Basel. He hasn't last year, but I think last year it was like mainly because he played... and it's a brilliant drop shot there by Alcaraz. It's a serve, and then immediately after that, the drop shot. And Ramos Vinolas doesn't even try to get there. So last year, Alcaraz mainly played challengers, which is scary, thinking that he's already ranked 6th and he's defending challenger points. So I'm not sure whether Alcaraz will be playing Basel. And if so, I really hope he does, because then we can get that matchup. That will be very interesting. 30-all, Alcaraz serving to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with a forehand to the backhand. Alcaraz now with a forehand again to the backhand. Alcaraz with a forehand down the line. Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand. And Ramos Vinolas hits it long. And it's 3 points in a row, crucially, for Carlos Alcaraz. And it's 40-30. And Carlos Alcaraz will be hoping now to force it to a tie break. Alcaraz serving at 40-30. Are we heading for a tie break? He serves a fault. Second serve. Remember to hit that like button. Thank you everybody for joining us. I see a lot of people watching at the moment. Remember to hit that like button on this video. Alcaraz serving 40-30. Second serve. It's a kick serve. Alcaraz now with a forehand to the... Alcaraz hits it long. And we're back to deuce. And the crowd is going, because a error. If it was a clean-out winner by Ramos, I'm sure the crowd would have been happy about it. But it's just a weak error there by Alcaraz as he's now back to deuce. It's a big serve there by Alcaraz. Now goes for the drop shot. Ramos Vinolas gets there. Alcaraz in control, and he hits it for the passing shot at the net. So Ramos Vinolas was able to get to the drop shot, but Alcaraz was ready for the follow-up, and he's for a winner, and it's advantage Alcaraz. It will be interesting to see how many of the drop shots that Alcaraz has attempted, how many of them has been successful, because strangely enough, he hasn't attempted that many of them so far this match. And now I'm thinking, like, why not? Because as far as I know, even the few that he hit, all of them are successful. We can see that net points won 9 out of 11 by Alcaraz. As he serves a fault, second serve. Alcaraz advantage. Serving to the forehand of Vinolas. Vinolas now with the backhand to the forehand of Alcaraz. Vinolas now with the forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Running Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with the forehand. And, that's just brilliant power by Alcaraz, but they're both still in the rally. Vinolas now with a very flat backhand. Now with a forehand to the forehand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas now with a cross-court backhand, but he hits it long. And Carlos Alcaraz takes that point, and he's forcing it to a tie break. Tie break. Ben, tell me, did you do that voiceover for the tie break? But anyway, everybody, tell me in the chat, who do you think is taking this tie break? Add your comment down below. Like the video. Who is taking this tie break, and what is the score going to be? Ramos Vinolas serving first. He serves to the forehand of Alcaraz, who shanks it in the net. His first game to Ramos Vinolas. A bit of a lamb shank there by Carlos Alcaraz. Vinolas is the first point on board, and Alcaraz will now have 2 points to serve. Tell me in the chat, who is taking this tie break? What is the score going to be? It's a great serve, very powerful. Ramos Vinolas is not able to get that back, and it's 1-1. Yep, PK saying Alcaraz should triple his drop shot count. He has like a 99% win percentage on those. Yeah, I agree. Like, if it works all the time, the majority of the time, why not try it more? And also, the more times you try it, the better you're going to get at it. And the winning percentage will just then, obviously, will drop if you try it more times in the beginning. Alcaraz at the net with the volley. Beautiful play, and it's 2-1. Both players on serve. Ramos Vinolas now complaining that the serve was out. But the umpire is saying it's too late. And it's 2-1 Alcaraz. Yeah, so obviously if he's going to try it more times, the percentage will drop as you try it in situations where it's not maybe the best time to do it. But then the more time you do it, the more times it will be successful, and then it will go up again. But yeah, definitely. I would say it's actually a problem. If your success rate is 99, it's a problem because that implies that you're not doing it often enough. Ramos Vinolas now serving at 1-2. And it's a backhand from Alcaraz to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz hits his backhand long. Ramos Vinolas is able to hold that service point. It's 2 games all. No mini break yet in this second set tiebreak. Yeah, it's fascinating that we are so close in this tiebreak, thinking that Alcaraz hasn't even faced a break point this whole match, but he's on the brink of maybe losing the second set. 2 games all, Ramos Vinolas serving to the backhand of Alcaraz. Vinolas now with a forehand to the forehand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas in control of this rally. Alcaraz now with a forehand making Vinolas run. Alcaraz now with a backhand down the line. Vinolas, is he able to pass? Oh, Alcaraz is at the net and it's a volley and he gets there. That's brilliant net play there by Alcaraz. 2 brilliant volleys there at the net. And that means, as far as I can remember the previous stat, it's now 10 out of 12 net points won by Alcaraz. And it's a mini break by Carlos Alcaraz. And you have to feel that he deserves this. He does not deserve to lose this second set. Like, that's just brilliant net play. And it's going to be interesting whether he also follows that pattern of strategy in Wimbledon as well. I think if he employs the net play strategies in Wimbledon, he can be very successful there as well. As Alcaraz serves an ace. And Ramos Vinolas is complaining because... Oh, it was out. All right, second serve at 3-2. Or is it late? Is this going to be a second or a first serve? I'm not sure. Let's try and look at the base. That looks like a first serve, definitely. And Alcaraz now in control of this rally. Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz, who goes down the line. Ramos Vinolas now with his backhand. Alcaraz with his forehand, as this is now fairly a straightforward, safe rally. Who's going to take the first risk? And it's Alcaraz with a massive forehand down the line, but Ramos Vinolas gets there. Alcaraz again with a massive forehand, and this time Ramos Vinolas is not able to get there. And it's 4-2 as they will change ends during this tiebreak. And Alcaraz has the mini break. Victor saying, I see Ramos taking this tiebreak. Also see him winning at the end of the day. Wow. Well, why not even go a step further and say he's going to win Roland Garros? So I don't think it's going to happen. Obviously, you typed this before Alcaraz got the mini break. So fair play, but I don't think Ramos Vinolas is winning this match, or a set for that matter. PK asking, is Ramos playing a doubles match at the end of the day? I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe you can check that for us and then post in the chat. Yeah, Victor, a shame. I assume you made the comment before the mini break, or you were sarcastic. Maybe, I don't know. As Alcaraz is now serving at 4-2. But your making predictions are so difficult, eh? I feel like in my fantasy predictions, I'll tell you later how badly I'm doing in the fantasy league. As Alcaraz is serving, and it's now a backhand by Alcaraz to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with the backhand down the line. Ramos Vinolas with his backhand, as he's a lefty. Alcaraz now to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz with a forehand to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. It's a massive forehand, and Alcaraz is not able to get that ball back. And it's a mini break back, but Ramos Vinolas. It was just raw, immense power by Ramos Vinolas. And maybe Victor is right. Breakpoint back by Ramos Vinolas. We're back on serve. And maybe Ramos is taking this tiebreak. You're saying that you don't think that Alcaraz is ready for Grand Slams yet. Well, yeah, it's possible that it's true. His best performance so far is a quarterfinal at the US Open. So it's difficult to assess how he'll do in the Grand Slams. As Ramos Vinolas is now serving at 4-3 or 3-4 rather. Fault with the first serve. Now we're going to the second serve. He serves to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz returns in the net. That's disappointing return. And it's 4 games all. It'll be interesting to see how many points each players have won in this match. The stat is not on the scoreboard, but I've got a feeling Alcaraz has many more points during this match. But despite that, we could be at 1 set all. That's the interesting logic of tennis scoring, as Ramos Vinolas is now serving at 4-all. Fault, second serve. As he serves to the Alcaraz runs around his backhand to his forehand. Alcaraz now with the backhand down the line. Ramos Vinolas with the backhand. Alcaraz taking control of this rally with a forehand down the line. Ramos Vinolas hits it in. Alcaraz now hitting with his forehand and he's back at the baseline with his backhand to Ramos Vinolas' forehand. And great rallying here by both players. Ramos Vinolas with a forehand down the line. Ramos Vinolas now at the net. And Ramos Vinolas takes it away with a volley. That's brilliant play there by Ramos Vinolas. And the crowd is growing wild. It started with a brilliant forehand down the line. Alcaraz was somehow able to get back. But then Ramos Vinolas, after he hit that forehand down the line, he was running to the net, which is exactly what you should do. And it was at the net, ready for a volley. And he takes that point 5-4. And the crowd is cheering him on. Is he going to sneak out the second set? Alcaraz now serving at 4-5 in the tiebreak. Alcaraz serving to the forehand of Alcaraz. That's a great serve, but Alcaraz is a great return. Alcaraz shanks it in, though. No, out. Out. Sorry about that. It was a great return by Ramos Vinolas, but he shanked one of the shots, and it's 5-all. And the crowd is cheering on as they're waiting for the crowd to keep quiet, as Alcaraz is now serving at 5-all in the second set tiebreak. Alcaraz now with a serve in the net. Second serve. 5-all in the tiebreak. I see we are a lot of people online right now. Remember to hit the like button. At 5-all in the tiebreak. Alcaraz, second serve to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with a forehand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Who it's it? Oh, Alcaraz attempts a drop shot, but it doesn't go over the net. And you know what this means? Ramos Vinolas has set point. Weak drop shot attempt there by Carlos Alcaraz. Set point by Ramos Vinolas on his serve. It's set point on his serve. Can he take this tiebreak? Ramos Vinolas now with a fault. Second serve. And he serves to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas now with his forehand to the backhand again of Alcaraz. And Ramos Vinolas down the line. But Alcaraz gets there. Ramos Vinolas hits it long. 6-all. Can you believe it? It was such a good forehand down the line by Ramos Vinolas. But Alcaraz managed to get there. And Ramos Vinolas was not ready for the follow-up shot. 6-all. Wow. That point could be a massive difference in the duration of the match, because if Ramos Vinolas won the set, I'm sure Alcaraz would have come back later, but this could have a massive effect on the duration of the match. Tiebreak records by both were shown on screen, but it disappeared before I could see what it is. So I can't tell you anything about their tiebreak records in 2022. We're back on 6-all. Ramos Vinolas is serving. If Alcaraz is able to get a mini break here, he will serve for the set. Ramos Vinolas now serving to the backhand of Alcaraz. And it's a weak return by Alcaraz there in the net. It was a slow first serve and was a weak return in the net. Alcaraz now serving, and it's another set point opportunity for Ramos Vinolas. 6-7. And the tiebreak is now already reaching 11.5 minutes. I believe that came from the French Rugby World Cup in 27. And I know what you're all thinking. Isn't it a pity that people are not using the vuvuzelas in other tournaments as they did with the Soccer World Cup, as they were so beautiful? As Alcaraz is now serving and facing set point, and it's a fault. It's a fault. Second serve. Second serve for Alcaraz. And Ramos Manolas now with a forehand down the line. Ramos Manolas is in control. Ramos Manolas now with the backhand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos Manolas now with a forehand. Alcaraz with a drop shot. And Ramos Manolas is able to get there. And Ramos Manolas hits it wide. Hits it wide, and it's set point saved by Alcaraz. 7 games all. That was not the best drop shot. That was not the best drop shot by Alcaraz. Ramos Manolas was able to get there in time. But the return then from Ramos Manolas with his slice went wide. And 7 games all in this tiebreak. Remember to hit the like button as we are closing the end of this very, very tense second set tiebreak at 7 games all. And we are on serve. Alcaraz serving at 7 points all in the tiebreak. Serves to the backhand of Ramos Manolas. Alcaraz now with the backhand. Manolas now with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Decides to go down the line. Alcaraz now with a forehand in the net. And it's a mini break by Ramos Manolas. And that means he now has set point on his serve. And that's the tension of a tiebreak. It's 1 point make the difference between facing or having a set point. And Carlos Alcaraz is frustrated there that it was a weak shot in the net. Ramos Manolas now with an opportunity to serve out the second set to make it 1 set all. Who saw this coming? I didn't. S'il vous plaît, Ramos Manolas serving 8-7. He serves to the backhand as a great wide serve. Ramos Manolas now with a forehand to Alcaraz backhand. Ramos Manolas in control of this rally. Alcaraz with the backhand down the line. Ramos Manolas now with his forehand to the forehand of Alcaraz. Manolas in control with a massive forehand, but Alcaraz is able to get there. It clips the net. And it goes wide. It's second set Ramos Manolas. Can you believe it? It's so shocking that I can't even play you a button for Ramos Manolas because nobody saw this happening. It's 1 set all. Ramos Manolas steals the second set. What happened? He lost the first set 6-1 and then suddenly wins the second set 7-6 in the tie break. How was he able to do that? Did he maybe go on his phone and check for tips on his APEAK Tennis app? That seems likely. He probably got some great tips from the APEAK Tennis app, which you can do as well to improve your game. APEAK Tennis app, sponsor of the Game to Love Tennis podcast.
I'm the most guilty of playing freely during practice, but then going to pieces during the match and playing very passively. This new app by APEAK Tennis, it changed the game. 1 session and I was already hitting with more controlled aggression on the court.
If you spend 5 to 15 minutes of focused time utilizing APEAK Tennis, then over time you will expand your mental skills and start playing great during competition. APEAK Tennis is led by a legendary and world-renowned performance psychologist, Dr. Jim Layer, who helped 17 athletes become world number 1s, including Novak Djokovic, Andre Agassi, Jim Courier, Monica Seles, and Arantxa Sanchez Vicario. At APEAK, their mission is to make mental training accessible and affordable. For less than $6 a month, billed annually, you can start winning more matches and enjoy the game in the process. Plus, this offer comes with an additional 7-day free trial. So if you are unhappy, you can cancel for free. APEAK Tennis is already used by so many top US college teams and top players. Tennis is full of fine margins. With APEAK Tennis, it does give you the competitive advantage.
APEAK Tennis. Take care of up there.
And gear up. We might have a long match in our hands as Alcaraz is now serving at the start of this third set. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back right now.
What are you drinking?
Yeah, what
is that? Oh, coconut. Nice.
I thought it was like a pina colada or something. I want Karatsev to do well.
Can Medvedev win it? I think so. The winner, for me, Naomi Osaka. I think she's going to start the year with a bang. And then the Aslan breaks.
Well,
Alex can't believe it. Oh my God. Djokovic into his 9th Australian Open final. He's gone for the lob. He's got a smash.
He's got it. Djokovic.
18 Grand Slams from Novak Djokovic.
He wins his 9th Australian Open title. Down the line. Look at that. That is
You can't write this stuff.
Novak Djokovic has set a new world record. The return of Roger Federer.
He misses it.
Herkash has got it. Come on, son. He's gone forehand. He's a winner. Good. Rublev wins it.
Ole, ole, ole.
Stick to your Russian flag. It's wide.
It's wide.
Everyone else wins it. Aslan hitting it so hard. He's in. It's there. He's got the first set. Come on.
What a volley. What a volley from Tsitsipas. No, it's a double fault. I've jinxed it. I knew it was going to happen. Ramos, he saved it.
They're talking about Gail Falkenberg. Favourable treatment here for Rafa Nadal to win this. And it's wide and Rafa wins it. Come on! Yes! It's number 58. Rafa's missed the volley.
Oh no!
Oh, you naughty boy!
He silences the crowd. He puts his hand to his ear. There we go.
Come on!
Krejcikova wins the Roland Garros 2021. Djokovic has hit another gear. He just did it because he's better than most players.
Rafael Nadal has now.
All right, as Carlos Alcaraz is now serving in the first game of this third set. Victor saying you saw it coming, and how can you say nobody saw it coming? You predicted it. Well done on that prediction. In my defense, I think you saw it coming when it reached the tiebreak, which is a different beast than seeing it coming just after the first breadstick in the first set. Okay, how's it going here? Alcaraz serving at 30-15. PK saying happy for Ramos Vinolas. He's always been the forgotten Spanish tennis players to Lopez, Ferrer, Verdasco, Nadal. But he's still good. He's had a solid, consistent career himself. What's interesting, if you look at the stats, right? I mean, look at Ramos Vinolas. 4 winners, 22 unforced errors. Alcaraz, 27 winners, 34 unforced errors. Ramos Vinolas hasn't faced or hasn't got a break point opportunity the whole match. So in other words, Ramos Vinolas was never able to get 3 points on a service game on Alcaraz this whole match. But somehow we are at 1 set all. And you can say that's the beauty of tennis. You can say it's like what makes it maybe less nice. From a Federer perspective, I can tell you, looking at the 2019 final, it just goes to show you can be dominant in every stat of that match and still lose. That's the beauty of tennis. As Carlos Alcaraz takes the first game in this third set, 1 game to love. What's happening in the Zverev match? I assume Zverev is dominating there. Let's see quickly. Yeah, completely. Okay, so Zverev took the third set 6-1 and the fourth one 6-2, and is now on serve in the fifth set. So I assume he's going to dominate there. Djokovic also dominating, took the first set 6-2, and he's now serving for the second set at 5-3. That's interesting. What's happened with Schwartzman? Oh my word, Schwartzman, he's down 2 sets to love. But it looks like he's now double break up in the third set. So is he going to make a comeback? That could be interesting to follow the score over there. As Ramos Vinolas is now serving here. His first service game of this set. To the forehand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas now with the backhand to the forehand of Alcaraz. Vinolas with the backhand again to the forehand of Alcaraz. Vinolas with the forehand. It has the same pattern. Oh, but Alcaraz goes down the line. He changes the pattern. Ramos Vinolas is not ready for that. And it's love 15 for Alcaraz. I could use a South African braai with some boerewors. That would be nice. I wanted to braai yesterday evening. Pika, I can't remember which country you're from. If you could remind us again. Yeah, so I'm from South Africa, for those in the chat, and we have this thing called a braai, which is basically like a barbecue, just much better. And I wanted to braai yesterday evening, but it's raining in Cape Town, so I couldn't. Manolas hits a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Forehand now by Ramos Manolas. Cross-court backhand down the line by Alcaraz. Ramos Manolas with a very good backhand. Now with the forehand down the line, Ramos is hitting very well, but Alcaraz is getting there each time. Alcaraz doing all the running. And that's in by Alcaraz again. Forehand now by Ramos Manolas. Forehand now again by Ramos Manolas to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz battling here to get every ball back. Drop shot by Ramos Manolas. Alcaraz is able to get there. And Ramos Manolas follows up. It's a brilliant point there by both players. But in the end, won by Ramos Manolas. It's 15-all. Alcaraz was able to get it back every ball, even the drop shot. But then in the end, Ramos Manolas was waiting for him at the net and able to put the volley away. Because he's saying you're living in America, but lived in Joburg for 2 years. All right. Seed saying Djokovic versus Stefanos, same finalist, same winner. Officially, according to my fantasy league, I've got Nadal winning everything, but that's simply like out of respect because I feel like you can never not have Nadal your favorite at the French Open. But I think you might be right with Djokovic versus Tsitsipas. And Ramos Manolas now with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz with a drop shot, not successful, and his form is really dropping at the moment. Drop shot in the net, and it's 30-15 for Ramos Manolas. So with regards to my fantasy league, I'm doing a horrible job. I had, for example, in the women's side, I had Jabeur winning the whole tournament, and then she lost first round. So I've got no chance of winning that. Ramos Manolas tries to go for a drop shot, unsuccessful, 30-all. And then with the men's, I had, for example, my dark horse was Dimino. And then he lost first round. So don't take any tennis commentary by me serious ever again. It seems like I've got no idea what I'm talking about. As Manolas hits or serves to the backhand of Ramos, to the backhand of Carlos. But it's fault. Second serve at 30-all. Opportunity here for Carlos Alcaraz. At 30-all. Ramos Manolas, second serve. To the backhand, but Alcaraz runs around his backhand to the forehand. Alcaraz now with a backhand which goes long. It's 40-30. Ramos Manolas to the backhand of Carlos Alcaraz. It's a great white serve. Ramos Manolas going to the net now. And Alcaraz tries to lob him, but it's long. And it's game. Ramos Manolas and Alcaraz is shouting, screaming throughout his lungs in frustration. But it was a great white serve, and especially it's made possible by being a lefty, right? So the classic lefty serve to the backhand of the righty, and that angle makes it very difficult to return that. All right, 1 game all. Alcaraz serving to the backhand of Ramos Manolas. Alcaraz now with the forehand to the backhand of Ramos Manolas. Alcaraz tries to go for a backhand down the line, unsuccessful. And it's at long and it's love 15. Alcaraz serving and love 15. To the forehand of Ramos Manolas. It's a great serve. Ramos Manolas is not able to get that back and it's 15-all. So the first set, Alcaraz completely dominated with 6-1. The second set, I feel like Alcaraz was the better player throughout, but just wasn't able to convert his break points. In fact, he has only managed to convert 2 out of his 10 break points throughout this match. And Ramos Vinolas sneaked out a victory there in the tiebreak. And now we are at 1 game all, 15 all. Can Alcaraz keep his composure? 15 all, second serve to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with a forehand. Ramos Vinolas returns with his forehand. As Ramos Vinolas goes with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas with the backhand to the back. Drop shot by Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas gets there and is able to put that away. Great speed there by Ramos Vinolas, and it's 15-30. And we've now seen a few unsuccessful drop shots by Alcaraz. Now the question is he going to keep continuing to try it out? Or is he going to say, well, listen, this thing is not working. I'm just going to store that away for later use because clearly it's not working at the moment. 15-30. Alcaraz serving to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with the backhand to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. And Ramos is just looping the ball back. Alcaraz now the backhand. Ramos Vinolas with the forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz down the line with his backhand. Ramos Vinolas with a deep backhand. Alcaraz gets that back. Alcaraz now with a slice. Ramos Vinolas is approaching to the net. Alcaraz hits it long. And it's 15-40. I must say it's a great pattern of play there by Ramos Vinolas. Getting great angles using his left arm. And a lot of swing as well. 15-40. 2 break points opportunities for Ramos Vinolas. And it's his first of the match, right? He's had none breakpoint opportunities in this match thus far. Now he has 2. Double break points. Fault by Alcaraz. Second serve. Alcaraz, 40-15. Second serve to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with the forehand. Alcaraz makes Ramos Vinolas run, but Ramos Vinolas is able to get to all the balls. Alcaraz now with a drop, with a backhand winner by Carlos Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas running around left, right. In the end, Alcaraz is able to put it away. I wonder whether Alcaraz was tempered with one of these shots to try a drop shot because Ramos Vinolas was just running left and right. I don't think he would have been ready for a drop shot. But I think maybe Carlos Alcaraz is a bit low on confidence with his drop shot as it has been unsuccessful the past few points. But still break point, 30-40. Drop shot attempt by Alcaraz. Alcaraz misses the drop shot opportunity. Once again, failed drop shot opportunity. And Alcaraz loses that game. Ramos Vinolas takes a break. And he's up 2-1 in the third set. And he's up a break. I did not see this coming. Victor saying, most of these young players lack the never say never mentality that has kept Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic at the top. It's why they are yet to take over from those 3. Yeah, we've seen so many matches for the big 3 where they were in a losing position and then just somehow they're able to win the match from a position that you would think it's not possible. Thinking like, for example, I remember Federer, what was the one Australian Open where he saved so many match points against John Millman and also against Tennis Sandring, the same tournament, saving so many match points. I remember him coming back 2-0 against Gael Monfils in the US Open. I think that was 2015, 14 or 15. And then also against Beneteau in the Wimbledon, coming back 2-0. I'm not sure about the other players. Obviously, I remember the Djokovic coming back from 2-0 against Tsitsipas in the French Open. And also he came back 2-0 against Musetti last year. So shame Musetti 2 years in a row where he's up 2-0 and then loses the match. Ramos Vinolas is now serving 2-1 and is leading in the set as he serves to the backhand of Alcaraz, who's not able to return it. And it's 15-0. Remember to hit that like button on this video if you're joining us here today, and hit the subscribe button if you're new to Game to Love, so that you're kept up to date with all the streams that Game to Love will be delivering to you during this Grand Slam. As Ramos Vinolas is serving to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas now with the forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Vinolas not going down the line yet. There he goes down the line. As Alcaraz gets it back, but there Ramos Vinolas goes then with a backhand down the line, and Alcaraz is not able to get there. It's a winner, chicken, dinner. 30 love. And he's taking control of the set. It would be interesting if they show like the past 10 points. How is the momentum changing? They haven't shown that yet. 30 love serving to the forehand of Alcaraz. He returns it. Alcaraz now with a great backhand, but Ramos Vinolas is able to get there. Alcaraz tries to hit it for a forehand, but hits it wide, and it's 40 love. Love going for 3-1 in the third set. As he serves to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Ramos Vinolas is at the net, and it's a brilliant volley at the net. Great net play there by Ramos Vinolas. It was a serve, and he went to the net, serve and volley, aka Federer style, and it's 3-1 for Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz is in trouble. Like he's saying, want Nadal to win the French Open 2022. Well, if you want Nadal to win, then I'm assuming that you're rooting for Ramos Vinolas in this match, as Nadal is poised, if he's able to get past Djokovic in the quarterfinal, to face Alcaraz in the semifinal, which he doesn't want to do. How's it going with Zverev? Let's see. Zverev, it's deuce on 2-3. Imagine this. Alcaraz loses today, and Zverev. Who will Djokovic or Nadal then face in the semifinals? Oh, that's a brilliant drop shot there by Alcaraz. So if Alcaraz and Zverev loses today, tell me in the chat, I don't have the draw with me now, who will Djokovic or Nadal face in the semifinals, because it's supposed to be a Zverev versus Alcaraz quarterfinal. But if both of them lose today, which I'm not saying yet it's going to happen, but if it happens, then we might have a very anticlimactic semifinal. As Alcaraz goes to the net, Ramos Vinolas hits it in the net, and it's 30 love. I'm going to try to check in the draw quickly what will be the semifinal if both of them lose. French Open draw. Alcaraz serving at 30 love. It's a fault. Second serve. He serves an ace. Second serve ace. Let's see, Zverev. Okay, so Kora, Kachanov. Nori. It will probably be Nori because Fritz is out as well. All right. So if you're a Nori fan, then you'll really be hoping that Alcaraz and Zverev loses today, because it seems like Nori will then be in the semi-final. And then we'll probably either have Nori versus Nadal or Nori versus Djokovic in the semi-final, which, in my opinion, would be the worst semi-final in Grand Slam history. But we're not there yet. Alcaraz, 40 love, serving. And Ramos Vinolas is not able to return that. And it's a game to love by Carlos Alcaraz, and it was really needed. Ramos Vinolas still leading the set, still a break ahead. See, the scoreboard is a bit behind there. There we go. Ramos Vinolas leading in the second set. Mark Crisp. Oh, boy wonder, the future winner of 50 slams, better than Novak and Rafa combined, is losing. Maybe. Maybe not. What you also have to take into account here, if this was now Djokovic or Nadal and we were in the third set and the opponent has a break, would still be thinking that they would win. So this match isn't done yet. But it will be interesting to see the reaction by the media if Carlos Alcaraz loses here. Because then people will say, yeah, it's a classic story. We've heard it now for years and years. We started with Chorik and then Zverev, Tsitsipas, team, all these next-gen Dimitrov, baby fed. And then when it comes to the Grand Slam, then they just can't pull it off. But he's still very young. So even if he does lose today, which I don't think he will, I think Carlos Alcaraz will come back. Then, yeah, Mark's saying he has to win a Grand Slam first. That's true. So the reason we're saying that the Nadal, the Djokovic, the Federer will come back from this position is because they have done it so many times before. And Alcaraz has not shown yet in a Grand Slam match that he can be behind and then come back. Very true. Ramos Vinola serving at 3-2, second serve. To the backhand of Alcaraz. Vinola's now with the backhand. Who hits it long? Love 15. Just want to check what's happening with the Zverev match because that's also very interesting to see how it's poised currently in the fifth set. Ooh, they're on serve 3-4 in the Zverev match. And Ramos Vinolas hits a brilliant winner. Serve 1-2 shot. Forehand winner down the line, and it's 15-all. So those of you listening in the car while driving, I know I like to listen to Game to Love while driving. The score currently, Alcaraz won the first set 6-1. Then Ramos Vinolas took the tiebreak 7-6. And now Ramos Vinolas is up a break in the second set, 3-2, serving 15-all. As Vinolas hits it to the backhand of Alcaraz, Vinolas now to the forehand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz is now increasing its intensity, and Alcaraz hits it for a forehand winner, 15-30. And Alcaraz is saying, yeah, come on, trying to pump himself up because this match is not going the way he thought it would go, especially looking at how the first set went. First set was complete demolition. Mark saying, still, Rafa came from 2 sets down to Isner in 2011, so a tough match can help. Yeah, but by that stage, as you said previously, he already had like how many French Open titles. But yeah, there are many examples of great people coming back from 2 sets down to love. And this won't even be a 2 sets down to love. If Ramos Vinolas is able to take the set, it will then be 1 set to 2. As Alcaraz hits that for a winner as well, and he's got breakpoint opportunities. Thinking now on top of my head, we have Djokovic last year against Musetti. He was up down 2 sets to love. And against Tsitsipas in the final as well, down 2 sets to love. Oh no, Musetti I think was 2020. I'm not sure now. And then we have Federer. We have against Benetto at Wimbledon, down 2 sets to love. It's still won. Against Monfils in the US Open, I think that was 15 or 16. Down 2 sets, came back. Ramos Vinolas now serving 2 breakpoint opportunities as he goes to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz hits it in the net. And it's 30-40. Another breakpoint opportunity. Mega Unboxer saying Ramos can try to beat Alcaraz in a thrilling 4 or 5 set game. Well, we could be in for a thriller. If Ramos is able to take this set, then I'm rooting for a 5-set thriller. Breakpoint opportunity, though, for Carlos Alcaraz still. Can he make it back into the set and make it 3 games all? Fault, second serve. Just want to get my Alcaraz button ready. It seems like it shifted. Here it is. Forehand by Alcaraz in the net. Back to deuce. 2 opportunities missed once again. And this now means that the conversion of breakpoints by Alcaraz in this match so far is 2 breakpoints out of 12 opportunities. 2 out of 12. That is Federer level bad breaking conversion, especially on clay. As Ramos Vinolas is now serving a fault On clay, you really should be doing better. I can understand like on grass, the opponent can easily just serve an ace, saving break points. But on clay, you should be doing better. As Ramos Vanolas is now serving a deuce to the forehand of Alcaraz. Vanolas now coming forward. Now he goes back again. Now Alcaraz in control, and Ramos Vanolas hits it long, and it's another breakpoint opportunity for Carlos Alcaraz. BK saying, I'm still a bit skeptical of Alcaraz on slower clay. He hasn't proven himself on slower clay. Madrid doesn't count as Roland Garros clay. Breakpoint opportunity by Carlos Alcaraz. It's a great serve by Ramos Vanolas, though. Wide to the backhand of Carlos Alcaraz. It's a classic lefty-righty strategy. And Alcaraz returns it in the net, and we're back to deuce. So we have to also remember that Alcaraz won Barcelona. I'm not sure of the speed of the Barcelona courts are. We're back to deuce. Ramos Vanolas serving to the backhand of Carlos Alcaraz. Vanolas to the backhand of Alcaraz, who it's a big backhand cross-court winner. And it's another breakpoint opportunity for Carlos Alcaraz. Can he get his third break out of 13 attempts, 14 attempts? Ramos serving to the backhand of Alcaraz. Backhand returns it in the net by Alcaraz, and we're back to deuce. That was a weak return. It was not a good serve. It was a weak return. I think the serve was slower than Alcaraz expected it to be. Back at deuce. And if Alcaraz is not able to convert this game, we'll be looking back at it maybe in a few hours' time. As Ramos Vanolas is serving at deuce to the forehand of Alcaraz. Vanolas now with a big forehand to the forehand of Alcaraz. Vanolas in control of this rally. And now it's a backhand by Alcaraz, the forehand of Ramos Vanolas, who shanks it wide. And it's again breakpoint opportunity by Alcaraz. But history suggests that having a breakpoint for Alcaraz doesn't mean much because he's not converting any of them. And it's not like Ramos Vanolas is saving them by serving aces. Okay, let's see. Another breakpoint opportunity by Carlos Alcaraz. Can he convert finally? As Ramos Vanolas serves to the backhand, but it's a fault. Second serve, here is a big opportunity. Is Alcaraz going to step in, or is he going to play it safe? Ramos Vanolas serves a double fault. He serves it long, and Alcaraz is able to convert the breakpoint. It feels a bit disrespectful to play the Alcaraz song, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Uno, dos, tres, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
And we are back on serve. 3 games all. Let's see. Mark is saying, is Vanolas playing great or is Carlos not playing well? I think the big problem, because if you look at the stats, Carlos Alcaraz is doing better in all of the stats, but somehow the scores are even. And the reason for that is Carlos Alcaraz's poor breakpoint conversion rate. He did now convert, but via a double fault. So it's all due to, I think, Carlos Alcaraz's poor breakpoint conversion. Ramos Vanolas had some good shots that he's playing, but I would say mainly the reason for the score being this level is Alcaraz not converting his breakpoints. You're saying I'm right, Barcelona is comparable. Sounds like his backhand is a bit vulnerable this match. Well, interesting, because, I mean, yeah, as I'm commentating point to point, I'm maybe not taking this match into perspective, zooming out. So it's interesting when I then get feedback from you in the chat, like what is happening from your point of view. 30 love for Carlos Alcaraz. He serves a fault. Second serve. And my voice is starting to crack under the pressure as I've been commentating since this morning. Alcaraz serving now. Alcaraz drop shot. And Vamos Ramos Vinolas not even attempting to get this. A successful drop shot. The first successful drop shot like in a while. And it's 40 love. Can Alcaraz send a clear message here that he does mean business and he doesn't want this match to go longer than it should be by getting a game to love? He serves. Fault. Second serve. To the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. It's a good return, though, by Ramos Vinolas. Backhand by Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz with a great backhand to the forehand. It clips the net, but it doesn't go over, and it's a game to love by Carlos Alcaraz.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
All right, we are at 4-3. Ramos Vinolas will serve. And what I actually want to do now, I got this idea yesterday. I want to play a game where I give you stats on a certain player, and then you have to guess who that player is. Are you keen for that? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a first stat, and then I give you a chance to guess. Oh, it seems like Ramos Vinolas is now seeing the trainer. But it's not a medical timeout. All right. So I'm going to give you stats on a player. I'm going to give you clue number 1. Then you get a chance to guess clue number 2, etc. And let's see you can guess who that player is. So I'll give you 3 tips in the beginning. It's a active player from the ATP, and he is participating in the French Open. I even just get some stats up to mention about that player. All right, so who am I? My first clue is that I have 6 career titles. The prize, Mark Crisp is asking what's the prize, and it's the best prize of all. And that's my respect. Can't get better than that. All right. So let's see. I've got 6 career titles. Who am I? It's probably a bit difficult to get it right with that clue, but let's see. Maybe someone guesses correctly. As Ramos Vinolas is serving to the backhand of Alcaraz, and he approaches the net. Ramos Vinolas is retreating. Alcaraz is now hitting his backhand too close to the line, and Alcaraz hits it long. It's 15 love. All right, let's see. Slams. No, it's 6 ATP titles. Okay, Mark is asking, is it slams? The person I'm describing has 6 ATP titles. Who is it? I'll give you a second clue now. As Ramos Vinolas is serving at 15 love. Fault, second serve. And it's unreturned by Alcaraz. It's 30 love. Okay, we have first guess, Zaravev. I'm not sure who that is. Zaravev. I'm sorry for not knowing who that is, but no, that's not the answer. Okay, clue number 2. Just want to see Ramos Vinolas serving it out. It's a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand again to the backhand of Alcaraz, who slices it back. Vinolas in control of this rally. That's a beautiful forehand. But Alcaraz gets there. Ramos Vinolas now at the net, and he puts that away for a winner. That's beautiful play. 40 love. All right, so the first clue was I've got 6 ATP titles. The second clue is that give me a while. I had this thing yesterday, but now I'm not seeing that tip. Okay, so I'll go for a different one. Here are my best results at the respective Grand Slams. As Alcaraz is not able to return that in his 4 games all. At the Australian Open, I reached the quarterfinal. French Open, I've reached the quarterfinal. Wimbledon, I've reached the quarterfinal. US Open, 4th round. Right, so it's not Tsitsipas because he has reached at least the final of the French. So I'll repeat that. My best results are quarterfinal at all the slams and the 4th round at the US Open. And I've got 6 ATP titles. Serve by Alcaraz at 4 games all, and it's unreturned by Ramos for no loss. French guy, you means, I assume not meaning Rublev or Zverev. No, I'm not sure who that player is. Okay, clue number 3 is that my first appearance at the main draw of a Grand Slam was at the 2012 French Open as a lucky loser. And then I made it to the 4th round, losing to Roger Federer. Right, let's see. Carlos Alcaraz serving, 15 love. Great return there by Ramos Vinolas as he now goes for his forehand. Alcaraz with a forehand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. And now Alcaraz is doing all the running. Ramos Vinolas with a forehand down the line, and Alcaraz has to run, and he doesn't get the backhand back over the net, and it's 15 all. Okay, Mark Crisp guessing Tsonga. Okay, no, so that's not correct, but it's a good guess. Very good guess. Right, so the tip so far for my player is I've got 6 ATP titles. I made the quarterfinal of all the slams, except my best result at the US Open is only the 4th round, and the rest, it's quarterfinals, the best result, as Alcaraz goes to the net and it's the way the volley. And then the third tip is that my main draw first appearance was in the 4th round, was in the French Open 2012. As a lucky loser, I made it to the 4th round, where I eventually lost to Roger Federer. Don't Google it, okay? Don't Google it. Don't spoil the fun. Yeah, so Tsonga got to the semifinals of Wimbledon. That's correct. So he's out as well. Okay, let's look at another tip. Career high ranking is 7. And that was in 2017. Don't Google it, though. As Alcaraz is serving at 30-15, Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Now we have a backhand of Alcaraz down the line and is going to approach the net. It's good play there. Ramos Vinolas hits it in the net and it's 40-15. Mark saying, I can't think who it is. Okay, let's go for another tip. Well, at least you're not Googling it, so that's cool. So it's an active player, right? And this player is still playing, yes. Still playing, and he's playing in the French Open, and he's still in the draw. Fognini, no, that's incorrect. Good guess, though. Very good guess. And Alcaraz takes that game, and we are now at 5-4. Ramos Vinolas will serve to stay in this set. Remember to hit the like button if you're enjoying this coverage. All right, let's go back to our player. So we've said he has 6 ATP titles. His best ranking is 7. He's reached the quarterfinal, and 4th round of the respective Grand Slams. His first main draw appearance was in the French Open 2012 as a lucky loser, where he eventually lost to Roger Federer. Okay, I'm going to give you another clue. Victor asking, you were away briefly, what did I miss? Well, Carlos Alcaraz is not converting his break points opportunities, but it's back on serve in the set, unless you're referring to the game we are playing. I'm playing a game of Who Am I? I'm giving you tips, and you have to guess who that player is without Googling it. And our next clue, okay, we have a guess Carreno Busta. That's incorrect. All right, let's see. Another clue. So he became the 6th player to beat Federer and Nadal at the same event since David Denko in 2009 at the World Tour Finals. Okay, so that's basically two tips, or what do you call it, hints in one, because he played the ATP Finals and he beat both Federer and Nadal there in the same tournament. As Ramos Vinolas is serving to stay in the set, Ramos Vinolas running around Carlos Alcaraz, making him chase the ball. Carlos Alcaraz with the forehand down the line, but he hits it wide, and it's 15 love. Okay, we have a few guesses. Gasquet, incorrect. Good guess, though. Although, remember, I said his first appearance in a Grand Slam main draw was in 2012. So Gasquet's a bit old for that. Medvedev, not correct. So another clue I gave is that his best results in Grand Slams have been quarterfinal Australian Open, quarterfinal French Open, quarterfinal Wimbledon, and fourth round US Open. So it's also not Sasha because he made the final of the US Open. And Carlos Alcaraz shanks that and has 30 love. Okay, so he has no semifinals at slams. Correct. He has no semifinals in slams. Wawrinka? No, Wawrinka has 3 slams. So it cannot be Wawrinka. As Ramos Manolas is serving at 30 love. Oh, that's a great backhand down the line by Alcaraz, but Ramos Manolas gets there. Ramos Manolas now with a forehand to the backhand, but Alcaraz slices that into the net. And it's 40 love. Not Googling it kills me. Yep, that's part of the fun, right? So someone that's playing in the French Open currently, and he's still in the draw. Highest ranking of 7. Ramos Manolas serving. And it's a brilliant ball down the line. Alcaraz gets there, and it is out. And it's a game to love by Ramos Manolas. Mark saying the answer kills me, and Tom Jerry guessing Rublev, and that's incorrect. That is incorrect. So this player I'm describing as a highest ranking of 7. Career titles, 6. And I've described earlier that he beat Federer and Nadal at an ATP World Tour Finals. As Alcaraz goes some S and V successfully, and he's up 15 love in that game. Kachanov, that's not correct. Fognini, not correct. It's actually it's more difficult than that I thought it would be. So I'm actually glad that you're struggling with this. It makes it fun to then try and guess who it is. And it goes to show that you're not Googling it, which is great. Making sure it's fun for everybody. As Alcaraz is serving at 15 love, fault. If I give his... Okay, that's tip in itself. If I give his nationality away, you'll get the answer. Okay, it's not Batista Agut. And it's not Ivashka. And Mark saying you're out. You can't think who it is. So guessing Schwartzman, it's not Schwartzman. You're starting to think this player doesn't exist, eh? All right, it's 30 love for Alcaraz at 5 games all. And it's a fault. Cameron Norrie can't be because I said his first Grand Slam draw was at the French Open in 2012. So Cam Norrie is a bit young for that. 30-15 for Alcaraz. Okay, let's go through the tips again. So he's reached the quarterfinal of all the slams, but not better, except US Open, just 4th round. He has 6 ATP titles. Career high ranking of 7. He participated in the main draw of the French Open in 2012 for the first time as a lucky loser, where he lost to Roger Federer in the 4th round, and he beat Nadal and Federer in the ATP World Tour Finals in 1 year. Okay, it's not Noel Baldian because it's an active player who's currently still in the draw for the French Open. So he's quite old now, never won a slam. And he's also still in the draw. As we are nearing a 30 all, Alcaraz may be in trouble. It's not Hubie Hurkacz. He's too young because we're saying that this person at the first Grand Slam draw in 2012. As we are heading to a 30 all in 5 games all. And it seems like I'll have to check for another clue. Oh, it's a great serve, Alcaraz. Serve and volley successfully. Beautifully put in away there at the net. And it's 40-30. Okay, let's look for another clue. Okay, another guess, Jill Simon. Good guess, not correct. Serve by Alcaraz. And it's a wide though, long Alcaraz, so it's back at deuce. Okay, I'll tell you his age. 31 years old. As we are at deuce, Carlos Alcaraz. Serving to the backhand of Ramos Manolas. Ramos Manolas now. Carlos Alcaraz at the net with a volley which goes long though, and it's break point. Ramos Manolas. Well. Okay, I have another few guesses. Dimitrov, that's not correct. Also, didn't he make the semi-final of Wimbledon once? So it can't be him. And it's also not Chorik. Mark saying the H doesn't help you at all. All right, let's check quickly here. Ramos Manolas has a break point opportunity here as Alcaraz is serving. Fault. Second serve. Second serve by Carlos Alcaraz. Ramos Manolas moving back as he heads to the forehand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz going down the line, risky shot, but it works. Alcaraz at the net with a half volley. Ramos Manolas gets there, and Alcaraz shanks it in the net. Alcaraz shanks it in the net, and Ramos Manolas breaks. Oh my goodness. I can't believe this. Oh my word. Ramos Manolas takes the break. Alcaraz was there at the net. It was a brilliant drop shot, and Ramos Manolas got at the drop shot, but Alcaraz is at the net, ready to hit away the volley, and he hit the volley in the net. Oh, that was difficult to watch. From a neutral perspective, or Ramos Manolas' perspective, this is brilliant. He's now going to serve for the third set. Wow. Whew. All right, but remember, you have to guess a player, and there's a massive prize to be won, which is my respect. So I'm a player. Let's just go through all the tips again. Career high ranking of 7. I've got 6 ATP titles. I've reached the quarterfinal of all the slams, but no further, except for the US Open, only 4th round. My first Grand Slam main draw was at the French Open 2012. As a lucky loser, I lost to Federer. I've beaten both Federer and Nadal in the same tournament. The first time since, was it Nel Beldian or David Denko? I can't remember. In the World Tour finals. Okay, another clue. I lost against Grigor Dimitrov in the ATP World Tour finals final. So if I remember correctly, he beat Roger in the semi-final and then lost against Grigor Dimitrov in the final. As Ramos Manolas is serving for the set to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos Manolas now with the forehand. The forehand of Alcaraz hits it down the line. Ramos Manolas is able to get there. Alcaraz now with the backhand down the line, but Ramos Manolas is able to get there. Alcaraz now with a forehand to the forehand of Ramos Manolas. Alcaraz now with a backhand just over the net. And Alcaraz again with a backhand. Manolas now with a backhand to the forehand of Alcaraz. It's a long rally. Nobody is taking any risks. But Alcaraz hits it in the net, and it's 15-love for Ramos Manolas. We have a winner! Tom Jerry saying Goffin, and Capricorn also getting it. The answer is David Goffin. Well done. Yeah, so you got it when we mentioned he lost against Grigor Dimitrov in which year was that? Is Mark asking? I'm not sure. I'll check quickly, but I can't remember. It was... Yeah, I can't remember. Ramos Manolas serving there to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz goes for a drop shot, but Ramos Manolas will get there comfortably. And this is for a winner, 30-love. All right, so Capricorn confirming that was in 2017. All right. Well, it was a good game. David Goffin, yeah. So let's go through the stats again. He has 6 ATP titles, world high ranking of 7. He faced Roger at the French Open in 2012 in the 4th round and lost. And I remember that was like Roger was his idol. As Ramos Manolas is up 40-love. And he has 3 set points on his serve. Victor saying, give us another one. I'll definitely do another one. It was quite fun. I'll just need to get a random player on Wikipedia, and then we'll play another round in the next game. As Ramos Vinolas is serving for the set. He serves a fault. Ramos Vinolas serving to the backhand of Alcaraz. And Ramos Vinolas with a forehand down the line, and he goes for a winner. What a massive winner down the line by Ramos Vinolas, and he takes the third set, 7-5. I feel like I need to play a button, but I don't have a button for him. And the crowd, like their hands, they can't believe what is happening. How on earth did this happen, especially after the third set? After the third set, I was like, okay, this is going to be quick. I'm just going to quickly commentate the other 2 sets, and then I'm going home. But what is happening with the Zverev match? Let's see. Oh, Zverev won. All right, so that's good news for Zverev, because that means that Zverev might be able then to avoid Carlos Alcaraz, meaning he would be able to avoid a top 10 player, which for him is crucial, it seems, at Grand Slam stage. And then Zverev could make it to the semifinals. And we have comments saying, come on, Carlitos, by Anhoinven 1. You need to hang on to stop Djokovic from claiming this slam. All right. Interesting. Meanwhile, Victor just wants to remind me that I said Ramos would defeat... when you said Ramos would defeat Alcaraz, I laughed at you. That's true. I even thought that you were sarcastic. I was like, that's a bit harsh against Ramos Vinolas. There's no need for these jokes. And now it seems like you are going to be right. But from my perspective, it's nothing new to be wrong, because when it comes to predicting tennis, I'm just always wrong. And that's the thing. But whenever... so I'm a Federer fan, right? And all these finals that he lost against Djokovic, the only thing I should have done is bet that Djokovic would win and then Djokovic would lose. That's the only thing I needed to do, because I can't win a bet in tennis betting. It just never happens. So, for example, yesterday I only had 7 rand. Rand is like our South African currency. It's like less than a pound or a euro or a dollar. And I just took that remaining balance and put it on Musetti yesterday. And then, obviously, Musetti was busy winning. And then the algorithm was like, oh, wait, but Haman actually bet money on him, so we can't make him win that match. All right, Game to Love, reminding you, like the video, as we are heading for a marathon match here at Roland Garros. Stay with me, and together we will be following it point by point until the very end, as Carlos Alcaraz takes the first point of this match. No, of this set, rather. Left-handed players are always dangerous. That's true. They have this X factor that you'll just never know what to expect. The same with Verdasco. So many matches where it's like just playing out of his mind. Victor laughing at my... where I thought you were sarcastic at Ramos going to win this match. All right. Atari asking, who'll take the Choco Rafa quarter? Well... JG will fire me if I say anything other than Rafa. So Rafa's going to win this match. That match. But no, it's going to be a difficult one. So I have my comments on that. But I'm scared JG is listening in, and then he'll definitely fire me if I make this comment. But yeah, maybe I should just keep quiet. Let's see. All I'm saying is, like, they talk about Rafa's injury, right? And I'm not saying he's faking. Like, okay. But how do we know that it's not going to be a problem in the first round? We just knew that it's not suddenly just going to flare up in the first round. But why do we have the feeling that in the Djokovic match, suddenly the foot is going to be an issue? Why do we have that feeling? And that's where I leave it. Capricorn saying, if Alcaraz loses, I want Tsitsipas or Kecmanovic to win the title. Yeah, well, that part of the draw is very interesting. So once again, because I'm a complete idiot when it comes to predicting tennis, I had Alex de Minaur as my dark horse because he's in the bottom half of the draw and actually had a good clay season up until this point. So I had de Minaur as my dark horse, and then he went on to lose in the first round, probably because he was my dark horse. He lost in the first round. As Alcaraz goes for a bit of SNV, unsuccessfully though, it's 40-30. So yeah, Kecmanovic has a good chance of making a good run because he's in the bottom draw. But then we also shouldn't forget about Sinner, who's also in the bottom draw. John saying that was the worst comment about Rafa I've ever heard. Fire this guy. Fair. Say the foot problem is more likely to flare up the harder Nadal is pushed side to side, which is most likely to happen versus Novak. Possible. It's just that what was interesting to me is that he said when they asked for comments from him after his loss against Chapo, he said, and I'm quoting, he said, "I'm not injured. This is something I've been playing with my whole career." So if it's not an injury and it just happens at random, yeah, I don't know. Victor saying, even though I'm a huge fan of Nadal, I have a strong feeling Djokovic will beat him. Well, either way, it will be a great match. As Ramos Manolas is serving to the backhand of Alcaraz. Forehand by Ramos Manolas to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos Manolas now with a forehand to the forehand of Alcaraz. Ramos Manolas now with a backhand and clips over the net. And Alcaraz hits it in the net. It's 15-love for Ramos Manolas. But just also note that I'm like proving that I'm not a Nadal hater. I got Nadal to win in my fantasy league because I feel like you just can never count Nadal out at the French Open. He must be your favorite, regardless of the surrounding circumstances. He just statistically cannot not be the favorite to win this tournament. Right, let's see. Ramos Manolas now with the forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos Manolas now again to the backhand of Ramos Manolas. To the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos Manolas goes for a forehand down the line, but he misses wide. And it's 15-love. Okay, John saying that Nadal doesn't speak English as a first language, so maybe just misspoke. And that he has a chronic condition that is a factor over enough time. So, question, and I'm not starting a debate here, why did it not flare up during the Australian Open? Even though we had like massive 5 sets battles. Capricorn saying Nadal has been annoying me since 24, then suffering from winning. Yeah, I'm scared to start a debate here, but obviously also we want some interesting conversations going on. As Ramos Manolas hits that wide, 15-30. What did I say about Rafa? I said Rafa is a true warrior and he should win this tournament, and he's just a great fighter and the king of clay. That's exactly what I said. No. I'm not saying Rafa's faking it. I'm not. That's not. I said I'm not saying he's faking it. I'm not saying he's faking it. I'm just saying I don't understand the injury because as I'm just watching this rally, as Ramos is now going to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz goes down the line. Alcaraz now with the backhand again down the line. Ramos Manolas now hitting his backhand, but it clips the net and it goes out. I'm saying I don't understand the injury because it appears to be at random. So I can't understand what then causes it to be an issue in a match or not. Like what factors makes it being an issue or not an issue? As he said himself, been struggling with this through his whole life. And sometimes it's an issue and sometimes not. All right, Ramos Manolas now hitting it to the forehand of Alcaraz. Ramos Manolas now to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz is running around and Alcaraz hits it long and it's 30-15. Oh, I wasn't focusing. Alcaraz is actually now having break points as I'm nervously trying to defend myself here in the chat. Still breakpoint opportunities by Carlos Alcaraz. Can he convert one of these match points? and then maybe force it to a 5th set. Ramos Vinolas serving at 30-40 to the forehand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. We get it back. Ramos Vinolas now at the net, and he retreats. And now Ramos Vinolas is it in the net, and Alcaraz breaks.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
And Carlos Alcaraz has a break, and it's 2 games to love. Can he consolidate, though? We'll see. Victor saying, I think Nadal needs to stay away for at least 6 months to recuperate. So, yeah, I'm guessing that he won't play Wimbledon. There's no reason to play Wimbledon. He won't be defending any points. He's obviously going to give it his 100% at this tournament because this is where he has the best chance to win, regardless of any injury he may have. So I'm thinking he's going to give his 150% at this French Open and then rest during the grass court season. That would be my prediction. Let me know if you agree. As Alcaraz is up 15 love. Ramos Vinolas now returning with his forehand. Carlos Alcaraz with a forehand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz with a forehand in the net. 15-all. John saying all 3 of them are amazing humans. Roger, Rafa, and Novak. They do a lot outside tennis too. And I think that's also an important point with regards to the GOAT thing, right? Greatest is not necessarily the same as best. So what makes them great is not only their on-court achievement, but also what they're doing off-court and for the brand of tennis. And I think also that's why a lot of people were frustrated with that tweet. Did you see that tweet by Tennis TV, the official Tennis TV channel, where they tweeted like they had pictures of Rafa and Novak and Roger like in these tanks with their description of what makes them good. And then in front of them, they had Alcaraz, and then they said Alcaraz is built differently. And people were upset because they were like, these 3 did so much for tennis. The sport, not just their results, but what they did for the brand of tennis is just so amazing that to compare them now is a bit insulting, some people said. As Alcaraz is now hitting a backhand to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with the backhand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas as they're just rallying. But Alcaraz tries to go for a big shot, but he hits it in the net. And we are at 30-all. Jared saying, I'm a Federer fan, but I love Rafa. You won't find an athlete at the top of this sport as humble as Rafa. Yep, and they have a very good relationship as well. I was at the Cape Town match where they played their exhibition match in Cape Town. It was disappointing because the thing is, like, it was in a soccer stadium, right? So you were not able to see anything from that far. There's a reason why tennis matches are not played in soccer stadiums. You can't see that far. I mean, you could barely see the ball. And I was not able to see with my naked eye where there's actually Rafa and Roger. You just believe the organizers that it is actually Rafa and Roger there at the bottom playing tennis. As Ramos Vinolas has a break point. How did I miss that? Alcaraz serving. So maybe he can't consolidate his break as he serves to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. A great return. Alcaraz at the net. Half volley. And Ramos Vinolas is going for the lob. And it's a successful lob. That is brilliant play there. It was a good volley by Alcaraz, but Ramos Vinolas played an excellent lob and he breaks back. And we are back on serve in this 4th set. Ramos Vinolas is going to serve 1-2. And I see that chat is having a debate between the 3 GOATs, which I am wise enough not to participate in. But you go, Ed, you go. And fight amongst each others. Who is the greatest? Ratul asking, is Carlos playing bad today? Yes, he's not playing his best. He's not converting his break points. So if you look at the stats, he converted 4 out of 17 breakpoints, which is not that great, especially on clay. All right, as we are on serve in the 4th set, and I think we're going to play another game, which I invented now a few games ago. Guess who I am? I'm going to give you tips on an ATP player, and you have to guess who that person is without Googling it. The previous person was David Goffin. It was quite a difficult one. In the end, people got it. We had a lot of fun, so let's try that again. And remember to hit the like button of this video, as it seems like we'll be here for quite a while still to go. Jose saying, "Vamos, Carlitos, vamos." Well, he's losing, but yeah, we need to cheer, or you need to cheer him on if you want him to come back. Right, this is interesting from Jed. I said don't want to go into debate, but this is quite a respectful post saying, "One thing I respect about Nadal, he's never broken a racket. And one thing I respect about Federer, he never retired mid-match. And one thing I respect about Novak is mental compartmentalization." I think what I would also add with Novak is he's willing to speak out on topics when he disagrees with it, where I think maybe sometimes Nadal and Federer are like scared to offend someone, so their comments or their opinions are very neutral. Like if you take, for example, Nadal's comment on the points being taken away for Wimbledon, and he was like, yeah, people have their opinion and they have their opinion. So maybe a bit more scared about their public image. Sean saying Alcaraz's shots have quite a short, explosive takeback, kind of like Agassi. Yeah, and I think that's also why I think hard court is Alcaraz's best surface. I don't think it's clay. I think you might assume that it's clay simply because he's Spanish. And you think, okay, clay, you think Rafael Nadal, and then it's Spanish, and then you make this assumption Spanish players are based on clay. And we've seen now it's not necessarily the case. If you think Feliciano Lopez, great grass court player. Batista, good, probably grass also being his best surface. And I think for Carlos Alcaraz, I think hard courts will be his best surface. As Ramos Vinolas is serving at 30-15, as I'm getting my stats ready for the next game of Who Am I? But I need to think of a player first. As Alcaraz hits that return in the net. Okay, I'm going to Google the top 100. Ramos serves, returned by Alcaraz. Ramos is now at the net. Alcaraz gets that back. Ramos Vinolas is going to smash, but Alcaraz is there. Volley by Ramos Vinolas in the net. And it just goes to show, just get that one extra ball back, and you never know what could happen. As we are at 40-30. All right, let's get a random player here. Okay, I just want to see whether he's still in the draw. Big serve there by Ramos Vinolas. It's unreturned by Carlos Alcaraz. And it's 2 games all. All right, I have another player. I'm going to give you a few tips. I'm going to start with one tip, give you a chance to guess who that player is, and we take it from there until you get the player. I'll be feeding you more tips. Let's just go to his Wikipedia. Okay, so I have an ATP player in my mind. He is active, and he is playing in the French Open, and he's still in the draw. All right, and don't Google it. Don't spoil the fun for everybody. Try to guess this without using Google. And obviously, I'm going to start with the most difficult tip first. Let's just check here what's Alcaraz doing here at 2 games all. He's serving, and they are rallying. Alcaraz going for a massive winner with his forehand. It's 15 love. All right, let's see. Okay, so the question, I haven't, so asking what's the question. Okay, so what this game entails, we've played it now in the previous set, is I'm going to give you tips about a specific player that I'm thinking of, and you have to guess who that player is. All right? Ramos Vinolas there with a big shot, and Alcaraz is not able to get there. But now I need to think of tips to give you, which I should have prepared beforehand, which I did for the previous player, but not this one, because I didn't plan on playing this again, but it was so much fun that let's do it again. All right. Give me a chance. I needed a tip that doesn't eliminate too many people. Karatul guessing Alcaraz. That's incorrect. Oh, unless you're commenting on who's going to win. All right, let's see. Okay, my first clue will be... Oh, that's a great return by Ramos Vinolas. And he gets down the backhand to Carlos Alcaraz. Backhand, Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand to the backhand of Carlos Alcaraz. Backhand by Ramos Vinolas. Ramos Vinolas in trouble. Alcaraz taking control of this rally. He runs to the net. Is it going to be necessary to smash? No, it's not necessary. Alcaraz wins that point. Fist pump in the air. It's 40-15. Okay, so my first tip to you is that I participated in the Laver Cup before. No, I know that doesn't give you anything to work with. So I'm going to go straight to the second tip, which is that I have less than 3 ATP titles. Ramos Vinolas at the net, puts it away. It's 40-30. Adam saying this would be the biggest upset of tournament if Alcaraz loses this match. Only upsets that would be bigger than Alcaraz losing would be Djokovic or Nadal losing to an unseeded player. Well, I know a lot of people in the chat are saying that they actually don't think it would be such an upset because Carlos Alcaraz doesn't have a reputation when it comes to the Grand Slams. So many people were saying, well, they didn't expect him to replicate his performances in the clay season when it comes to 5 sets. But he takes that game. And he makes sure that he still leads in this third set, 3-2. And I'm searching for the Alcaraz button. Where am you? There we go.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz.
All right, as Carlos Alcaraz takes the lead, and we have a few guesses for my ATP player. I said he participated in the Laver Cup before, and he has less than, what did I say? Was it less than 4? All right, so we have some guesses. One is Nick Kyrgios. That's incorrect. We have Auger Aliassime. That's incorrect. We have Medvedev. That is incorrect. Tsitsipas is incorrect. All right. Capricorn saying Dimitrov just gave a bagel to Chorik. That's very impressive. Tell me, I also want to check actually what's happening to Schwartzman, because if Dimitrov is able to win here, he should play Schwartzman in the next round. Schwartzman took the next 2 sets and is up a break in the 5th set. All right. And we have a winner. That was way too fast. Well done, John Esther. You guessed correctly. It's TFO. Well done. The previous one with Goffin took a lot longer to guess, but you have a TFO and you win the big prize being my respect. Well done. Okay, so yeah, John saying, what are the conditions hints? You said he played in the Laver Cup, and then I said he has less than 3 titles. All right, I think we should go for another. Sean, you wanted my respect. Well, I'll then have to play another one, and then maybe you can gain my respect in the next game. Let's try and find another player. As Ramos Vinolas is serving, and it's... Oh, and I also said he's currently in the draw still, yeah. As Ramos Vinolas is serving at love 15, second serve. And Carlos Alcaraz is running around his backhand for his forehand. Alcaraz now with a big forehand, but in the net. And it's 15 all. All right, let's see. Need another player. Oh, that's a beautiful winner there by Ramos Vinolas. It's 30-15. All right, I have an interesting one. Let me just get some stats. Serve by Ramos Vinolas, the backhand of Alcaraz. And now Ramos Vinolas going down the line with this forehand. That's a beautiful pattern of play, and it worked a lot of times throughout the day. He's serving with his left hand forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. And then Alcaraz has to stretch to get to that ball. And then Ramos Vinolas is then ready to hit a forehand down the line. 40-15. Ramos Vinolas. And the serve is returned by Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz goes for a big forehand, but Ramos is able to get that back. Drop shot by Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas is able to get there. That's just brilliant. It was a good drop shot by Alcaraz, but Ramos Vinolas was able to get there in time and put that away for a winner. It's 3 games all. All right, so my next ATP player that you need to guess is, the first tip I'm going to give you is that my career record is 703 wins, 222 losses. Alcaraz serving at 3 games all. He goes the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Ramos Vinolas is doing all the running, and Alcaraz hits it wide. That was wild. And it's love 15. Hey, Lexi, welcome back in the chat. I assume you were channel hopping between all the streams provided by Game to Love. Welcome back. We are currently enjoying this very, very tight match between Carlos Alcaraz. Who would have guessed that it would be this tight against Albert Ramos Vinolas? Everybody, welcome in the chat. If you're just joining, remember to hit the like button and with me enjoy the rest of this very, very tight match. As Carlos Alcaraz goes to the net, Carlos Alcaraz will now not need to go backwards, and he wins that point. It's 15 all. All right, so for those of you just joining, we're playing a game. We've had a few of these games now. I'm giving you stats on a certain player, and you have to guess who that player is. And the first tip I'm giving you is an ATP player, and my win record is 703 wins, 222 losses. The first guess is Ferrer. That is incorrect. Zverev. That is incorrect. But we have a winner already. Why are you so quick? All right, Seth guessing correctly. Andy Murray. Well done, Seth. You win the big prize, being my respect. All right. Alcaraz with a drop shot. And Ramos doesn't even try to get there. 30-15. And my voice, yeah, Lexi saying, I'm actually surprised that this is taking this long. Yeah, when Alcaraz won the first set 6-1, I was like, okay, I'll be here for 30 minutes or so. And then, like, no, I'm here for the whole day. My voice is sore, and I haven't eaten today yet. And it's now South African time, 6:45 in the evening. But hey, we're enjoying this match. Rain saying, I think Ramos Vinolas is the one of the players who bageled Novak on clay before. Let's see whether that's correct. We're going to check Ramos Vinolas, Djokovic head-to-head. Right, previous encounters. And it seems like you're incorrect, Reigns. I think if I look at the previous encounters, I don't see a bagel by Ramos Vinolas against Novak on any surface. Okay, Capricorn, are you Googling it though? Yeah, you shouldn't Google. But the thing is, I tried to give tips that are not Googleable. You know, like how are you going to Google a win match record. All right. JG, how's it going there? It's going well. This match is long. It is tight. I didn't expect it to be this tight, but it makes for very exciting watching. Lexi's saying, I'm losing my voice. Yes, I am. I am losing my voice. I have water, but as you can see, I didn't plan for a 5-setter. So I don't have much left. Rain saying, I'm thinking Rome Masters. So in the Rome Masters, no, they haven't played in Rome Masters before, according to the ATP site. Zaid saying, you're South African too. Welcome, fellow South African, as we watch this video together. Everybody, remember to hit the like button and join me for the rest of this match. And let's see whether Alcaraz can fight back and claim this match in 5-set, or is Ramos Vanolas going to surprise everybody and steal this match? Adam saying, a lot of tournaments this year, especially clay tournaments, I thought Ramos Vanolas would go far, and then he disappoints and loses in the first or second round. Seems like Vanolas was having a bad year. Yeah, I think also with having a low ranking, it's very difficult to get out of that low ranking because you are facing top quality performers very early on. But he's got quality wins this far in the clay season. He beat Cam Norrie. I think it was in Monte Carlo where we beat Cam Norrie, which is a very impressive result. As Ramos Vanolas is serving at La 15. And Ramos Vanolas is now hitting big forehands, and that forehand is too big for Alcaraz to handle, and it's 15-all. Adam confirming here that Ramos Vanolas has never bageled Djokovic. Yeah, I didn't think so. We have a request from Jared. Can I facilitate a player quiz? Yes, Jared, you can. So give me your clues for your player, and I'll read it out loudly. I hope I don't miss your message. If I miss it, just repost your tip again in the chat. But then I want to participate as well. I want to be able to guess as well. Alice saying, come on, Carlitos, fight back. Well, maybe I read that a bit harshly. Come on. But yeah, and he goes for a big winner, though. Down the line, Carlos Alcaraz, and it's 15-30. Muhammad asking, who will play next against the winner of this match? Good question, because I focus now on the fact that Alcaraz and Alcaraz and Zverev is poised to face each other in the quarterfinals. So Zverev would be very relieved if he doesn't have to face a top 10 player in the quarterfinals. But I haven't checked actually what the next round will be. Let's check quickly. As Ramos Vanolas hits that for a winner. Beautiful play there. So let's see. You will play in the next match. And the answer is the winner of Korda and Gasquet. And it's interesting to note that Alcaraz actually lost against Korda in, was it Monte Carlo? I think so. Let's see. 30-all, Ramos Vanolas serving. A fault. Second serve. We're almost 300 people live in the chat. Thank you for joining us here today in this tight match. Remember to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you need to stay up to date to live streams further this tournament. As Alcaraz tries to go for a forehand winner, but it's wide. And it's 40-30. And we're 1 point away from what we could consider as the business end of this set. Okay, Jared saying you have a good one. Active player, former top 20 level, beat Djokovic in a slam. That's interesting. Let me know in the chat, who do you think this player is? As Ramos Vanolas is able to take that point, and we are at 4-all in this fourth set as we come to the business end of this match. All right, so to remind you, we are playing a game where we try to guess an ATP player, and the tip that we have from Jared is that it's an active player. He's a former top 20 level, and he has beaten Djokovic in a slam. So I'm guessing if it's former top 20, he's not currently top 20. I'll have to think about it myself. Alcaraz serving at 4 games all. He goes for the drop shot, but it doesn't reach over the net, and it's love 15. Okay, Jack guessing Wawrinka. Good guess. Jared will have to let us know in the chat whether someone is correct. That's a good guess. As you know, we've beaten Djokovic in slams. I remember the French Open final. That was just a brilliant match in 2015. His backhand was just on fire. And then also the US Open, I believe it was 2016. Also in the final. As Carlos Alcaraz is serving at love 15 with a backhand to the backhand. No, forehand by Ramos Manolas down the line, but Alcaraz is getting it in. And Ramos Manolas now with a big forehand, but he hits it long. There was a big opportunity by Ramos Manolas to take it to love 30, but he doesn't. And it's 15 all. Jared confirming it's not Wawrinka. Okay. 12, Travel 21, guessing Sam Querrey. That's a very good guess. Let's see whether that is correct. That's a very good guess. JG saying 83 likes. Let's go. Let's get 100 people. We are so many online right now. Hit that like button. Let's try to get at 100 and I'll play a happy song. Someone will have to let me know that we reached 100 because I can't see where we can see the number of likes. Okay, Jared confirming it's not Sam Querrey. Okay, Awesome Accountant is guessing Murray. I'm going to guess it's not Murray because that was my player that I used in a previous game. Jared saying he has a one-handed backhand. Ooh, who could that be? Jack guessing it's Team. I can't think who else than Team then. If it's a one-handed backhand. So Pablo Carreno Busta is not correct because he has a two-handed backhand. Unforced errors, 25 unforced errors, backhand unforced errors in this match so far. And somebody pointed out in the chat previously as well that he's struggling with his backhand today. As we are at 15:30, Alcaraz struggling. Alcaraz now hitting a big forehand to the backhand or to the forehand of Ramos Manolas. Ramos Manolas shanks it, but it's in. And we have a backhand down the line by Alcaraz. Alcaraz now at the net and he volleys it away for a winner. And it's 30 all. Jared saying it's not Team or Pablo Carreno Busta. Okay. So then, surely not Federer. Federer matches the criteria. He beat Djokovic in a slam. He has a one-handed backhand. He's former top 20. Oh, Cecchinato. That's interesting. I didn't know he has a one-handed backhand. Interesting. Yeah, I remember he beat Djokovic at the French Open in, I think, 2017, if I'm not mistaken. As Alcaraz is serving at 30 all. Fault, second serve. Okay, Capricorn guessing Gasquet. It seems like the final answer was Cecchinato. Has Gasquet beaten Djokovic in a slam before? I don't think so. As Alcaraz hits a backhand in the net. Jack asking, was he top 20? Well, in his defense, he said top 20 level. So maybe it was a bit bad wording from my side. He said top 20 level, but I guess also that's a misleading tip if he wasn't top 20. All right, it's break point. Break point for Ramos Manolas. Alcaraz serving at 30-40. And if Ramos Manolas is able to break through this point, then he's serving for the match. Not for the set, for the match. Alcaraz serves a fault. And now this is really getting tense. Let's try to focus on this match for a while. Second serve, 30-40. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. 30-40. Alcaraz. It's a great second serve to the forehand of Ramos Manolas. Ramos Manolas now with a backhand to the backhand of Alcaraz. No player taking a risk as they hit it in the middle of the court. He's going to take the first risk. Ramos Manolas down the line. Alcaraz doesn't get there, and it's a winner by Ramos Manolas. He breaks, and he's going to serve for the match. He's going to serve for the match at 5-4. Oh, my goodness. And I don't have a song to play for you. A song for Alvarez Ramos Manolas, but I did not see that coming. He lost the first set 6 games to love. He had a breadstick, and I thought the bakery is going to be open for the remainder of the match. But no, Ramos Manolas is able to get the other sets. I'm lost for words. I can't believe that this is happening. Yeah, JG saying, wow. I think what happened, I think Ramos Vinolas went on his phone after the second set and he reached out and checked, isn't there some app or somewhere I can check for some tips on how to play? And he probably found a Peak Tennis app, which gave him some tips on how to turn this match around.
I'm the most guilty of playing freely during practice, but then going to pieces during the match and playing very passively. This new app by Peak Tennis, it changed the game. One session and I was already hitting with more controlled aggression on the court.
If you spend 5 to 15 minutes of focused time utilizing Peak Tennis, then over time you will expand your mental skills and start playing great during competition. Peak Tennis is led by a legendary and world-renowned performance psychologist, Dr. Jim Layer, who helped 17 athletes become world number ones, including Novak Djokovic, Andre Agassi, Jim Courier, Monica Seles, and Arantxa Sanchez Vicario. At Peak, their mission is to make mental training accessible and affordable. For less than $6 a month, billed annually, you can start winning more matches and enjoy the game in the process. Plus, this offer comes with an additional 7-day free trial. So if you are unhappy, you can cancel for free. Peak Tennis is already used by so many top US college teams and top players. Tennis is full of fine margins. With Peak Tennis, it does give you the competitive advantage.
Peak Tennis. Take care of up there.
Well, Ramos Vinolas seems like he doesn't need any training further as he is serving for the match, but it's love 15. It's love 15. Can we see another twist in this match? Lexi saying that Albert Ramos Vinolas is on fire. He is doing very, very well. Gary asking, how is Carlos doing physically? He's doing fine. And he was in control for the majority. So the first set he dominated. The second set he was also the better player, but he was just not able to convert his break points. If you look at the stats, I mean, break points converted, 4 out of 17 for Carlos Alcaraz. As Mitrovic points out, again, we see a different player in 3 versus best of 5. It seems like it can be true. It's 15 all at the moment. As Ramos Vinolas is serving. A fault, second serve. Victor asking, do I trust your tennis predictions now? Yeah, so for those of you that just joined recently, he said in the beginning of the match that Ramos Vinolas is going to win, and I sort of laughed at him, and I was completely wrong. As he second serves to Alcaraz. Alcaraz now with a forehand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz with a backhand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with a forehand cross-court to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with a big forehand, and it's in! Massive forehand winner there by Carlos Alcaraz. And he's saying that this match is not done. Yeah, so I even said I thought Victor was sarcastic when he said that Ramos Vinolas is going to win this match. And I was like, that's a bit harsh. Don't be that disrespectful to Ramos Vinolas. Maybe he has a chance, but he was not sarcastic. He meant it, and it seems like he is completely right. But can Carlos Alcaraz still turn this around? At 15-30, Ramos Vinolas serving to the backhand of Carlos Alcaraz. That's been a good pattern of play throughout the whole match. Carlos Alcaraz now with a forehand to the backhand. Alcaraz at the net. And he hits it in the net. Alcaraz volleys it into the net. And it's 30 all. Big opportunity there. And it's twice now it's happened in the past, I think, set, where he's at the net, ready to hit it away for a winner, but he volleys it in the net. Whew. And I'm struggling to keep up with the chat. Everybody's exploding now. And we have so many people live. Welcome to this chat. Let's see who wins this match. Remember to hit the like button on this video. As Ramos Vinolas is serving at 30 all to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz now with a backhand. Forehand by Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with the backhand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz, nobody taking a risk at this stage. Oh, that's a strange error by Ramos Vinolas. He hits it long. Very strange error, and it's break point opportunity back for Alcaraz, and the crowd is going wild. Is it going back to 5 all? And the Carlos Alcaraz is showing to the crowd, come on people, get involved, give me some energy. I need this right now. King of Just saying, come on, Ramos Vinolas. Tell me in the chat, who are you rooting for at this stage? Can Alcaraz convert this breakpoint? He has 4 out of 17 so far, so it's not going well with the breakpoint conversion. Let's see whether he can convert this breakpoint. And the crowd is silent. Ramos Vinolas serving breakpoint to the forehand of Alcaraz. And Alcaraz returns it long, and we're back at deuce. Back at deuce. Sam saying Ramos is throwing it away. Well, it seems like not yet. Alcaraz's breakpoint conversion has been very poor throughout this match. So when he has a breakpoint opportunity, I don't think we should get too excited. DM82 saying, you can do this, Alcaraz. Lexi saying, I'm as impressed with commentating, playing games, reading comments. Thank you very much. All right, let's see. Ramos serving at deuce. Fault, second serve. Ambu saying, I'm rooting for Ramos Vinolas because of Zverev's draw. Yeah, so Zverev would have faced or could still face Alcaraz in the quarterfinal. And we know Zverev's record in top 10s. As Ramos hits that for a backhand winner, advantage and match point. Match point, Ramos Vinolas. I wasn't even ready to have this button because it's so quick. How did we get to match point? Where is match point? There we go.
Match point.
Match point Ramos Vinolas on his serve. Can he serve this out and claim the match? And make this draw easier for Zverev and probably Djokovic or Nadal. Winner will face Gasquet or Korda. Ramos Vinolas serves. Fault. Oh, that was almost an ace. Are we getting an upset alert, Lexi? Are we getting an upset? Ramos Vinolas serving. Second serve. To the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand in the net. Deuce. And Alcaraz saves a match point. Let's keep track of that tally. So far, saves 1 match point. Jamie saying this makes the match between Nadal and Djokovic virtually a final, as they would not have to face Alcaraz in the semi-final. Serving at deuce. If Zverev lost today as well, if Alcaraz is losing, then most probably we would have had Cam Norrie in the semi-final against Nadal or Djokovic. As Alcaraz is hitting a backhand, forehand by Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz running around. Ramos Vinolas in control of this rally. Backhand, it clips the net, but it's in. Alcaraz now with a backhand down the line. Ramos Vinolas gets there with his backhand. Alcaraz now with a forehand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with a big forehand down the line. Alcaraz gets there. Alcaraz is going to go for the smash. And he smashes. Oh, that's a good smash by Alcaraz. And that's point for Alcaraz. That was not easy because he had to smash the ball, but he was standing at the baseline. It was not a smash at the net. It was a smash at the baseline. That's not easy to do. That's a great smash there by Carlos Alcaraz, and he has break point. Can he level it up to 5 games all? Jared saying, has Ramos Vinolas ever beaten a top 10 player? I guess so. I'll have to check on that, but I guess he has. Okay, Ambu saying, don't write out Zverev and Tsitsipas. They can still mean trouble. As Alcaraz is now having a break point. Ramos Vinolas serving to the forehand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas in control of this rally. He goes to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz goes to the line with his... Oh, and Alcaraz hits it. Ramos Vinolas hits it in the net. And Carlos Alcaraz breaks back. It's 5 games all. We are not done with this match. Carlos Alcaraz breaks back 5 games all. And I'm just shouting this over and over as I'm searching for his button, and I've got it. Carlos.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
5 games all. I thought this match is now done. We could be still going for hours maybe not hours, but we still could have a long match ahead as we are at 5 games all. Welcome everybody that's live. We are now 780 people following this live together. Remember to hit the like button of this video and enjoy this coverage with me as we watch Carlos Alcaraz now serving at 5-all. Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand to the backhand of Carlos Alcaraz. Carlos Alcaraz now with a backhand to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz with a backhand down the line. Ramos Vinolas with a nice backhand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas is struggling. Alcaraz with a drop shot. Ramos Vinolas gets there, but Alcaraz is in the net and he clips the net and he wins the points. Carlos Alcaraz. Oh my goodness. So we've seen so many times in this match before where Carlos Alcaraz is at the net, but he volleys in the net. This time he volleys onto the net court and it jumps on the net court and it goes past the net. That is lucky. And he apologizes, but obviously he's just simply relieved. Oh my goodness. Sam saying, yeah, that was a chance, Ramos. If Ramos Vinolas loses this match, we will definitely look at this chance that he missed. As Alcaraz is serving to Ramos Vinolas, Alcaraz to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Ramos Vinolas hits it wide. It's 30-love. It's 30-love. Nicola asking, is Alcaraz playing bad or is Ramos really good? I think it's a bit of a combination of both, but I think Alcaraz is struggling, firstly, converting break points, as we can see with the stats, but also his backhand is not working well this match. A lot of backhand unforced errors. As Alcaraz is serving, Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand to the forehand of Alcaraz. Vinolas with a big forehand, but he goes wide. It's 40-love. Seed saying he's playing bad. He has 64 unforced errors. Yeah, and it will be interesting to have a breakdown. How many of them are backhand unforced errors? I think it's the majority of them. Mega Unbox is saying, come on, Ramos. He's so close to winning this match, but yet so far. The last 10 points, 7 to Alcaraz, 3 to Ramos Vinolas. Is the momentum shifting to Carlos Alcaraz as he's serving at 40-love? Maybe looking at a game to love. Second serve. To the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Oh, that's a beautiful return by Ramos Vinolas. Backhand return winner, and it's 40-15. Wow, this is intense. Lexi saying, I don't drink, but I need one now. I need one now as well. This is just too tense to watch. As Alcaraz is serving at 40-15, umpire saying it's a fault. John saying, sorry about the harsh words, Elia. You got the job. Oh, thank you, John. And 12 Travel 21 confirming that according to the betting odds, Alcaraz is now favorite for the match. As he closes that game out, and it is 6-5. Carlos Alcaraz is not done with this match yet. Can he take it to the 5th set? And then from there, anything can happen. And the crowd is cheering. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
Well, what is going to happen in this set? Tell me in the chat. Do you think we are going to a tie break? Do you think Alcaraz is going to break here? I go to a 5th set immediately. I'm hoping from a neutral perspective, we're going to a tiebreak to just add up to the tension that we're having at this stage already. Whew. And I'm trying to keep up with the chat. It's flooding. So many people watching in. Welcome to this Game to Love Tennis podcast. Together, we will be watching it till the very end, whether that will be in the next 10 minutes or in the next 2 hours. We don't know. And that's the beauty of sport, is it not? There's no script. We don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, Jack saying, I thought Nori could be potential upset for Alcaraz, but I never thought of Ramos Vinolas. Tell me in the chat, does anybody know what was the odds for this before the match started? Not now. Before the match started, what was the odds for Carlos Alcaraz? Seth saying will not go to a tiebreak. Alcaraz is going to break right now. So he's converted. How many? I'll need to now reverse the calculation. 14, so 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. He's converted 5 out of 19 break points this far. Fault by Ramos Vinolas. Lexi saying 110 likes. Thank you very much for notifying me. I'll play the Yay song right now. But currently, it's too tense to not watch the tennis as Alcaraz is returning. Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand to Alcaraz's forehand. Ramos goes back down the line. Alcaraz gets there with a backhand slice. Ramos Vinolas now with a big forehand. Alcaraz with a... Oh, what a passing shot by Carlos Alcaraz. That was insane. That's going to be on tennis TV, bro. Ramos Vinolas with a massive forehand. Cross court to Alcaraz's backhand. Alcaraz runs there. He's not close to the court, but he manages to hit a passing shot. If you saw that live on your television or on a stream, tell me in chat, what did you think about that passing shot? That's one of the top shots of the tournament, definitely by far. That was just an insane passing shot. And Alcaraz is now serving at love 15. Someone saying, I think they said it was 115 for Ramos Vinolas to win this match. And Ramos Vinolas to winner. Alcaraz was trying to say, no, wait, that was out, but it's not out. It's 15 all. Oh, my word. We are at 15 all. And we don't know where this match is going. Nicola asking, in your opinion, who will win Roland Garros and who will be the dark horse of the tournament? We'll get to this question right now. I just want to check quickly what's happening in this very tight set. I'm going to star your comment because I think it's an interesting question and we'll get to that later. Let's just quickly look at what happens there as Ramos Vinolas is now serving its 15-30 and Alcaraz is 2 points away from forcing it to a fifth set without needing to go to a tiebreak. And Alcaraz is not able to return that serve, and it's 30 all. Saying, getting comments, vamos Alcaraz. I think he can fight back, and what a fight back achievement it would be. And that also begs the question, what is better, winning straight sets or being able to show that you can fight back from being 2-1 down? At 30 all, Ramos Vinolas serves a fault, second serve. Second serve at 30 all. And the crowd is silent. And he serves to the forehand of Alcaraz, which is to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz, it's out by Ramos Vinolas. It's long, and it's set point for Carlos Alcaraz. Gary, it's nice to have you in the chat. I haven't seen you in a while. It's good to see you. This one is epic. It's very epic how you stay with us for the remainder of this match. This can go anyway, as Alcaraz has set point. Set point for Carlos Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas serving to the backhand of Alcaraz. Vinolas in control of this rally. Alcaraz with the backhand to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. That's a big forehand, but Alcaraz gets there. Ramos Vinolas now with the forehand to the backhand. And Alcaraz is in the net. But it was very good play there by Ramos Vinolas. I must say, he was in control of that rally. And we're back to deuce. Right, we've got a lot of people cheering for Ramos Vinolas. I'm assuming these are either fans of Zverev / Nadal / Djokovic, or are you just in general a fan of Ramos Vinolas as he's now at deuce? Or do you just like upsets? Because upsets are exciting. I mean, we are 735 people online because we're looking at a potential upset. As Alcaraz is hitting that for a winner, and it's again set point potentially by Carlos Alcaraz. Alberto asking a tiebreak. Well, Alcaraz now has a set point and then doesn't need to go to a tiebreak. Set point number 2 for Carlos Alcaraz. As Ramos Vinolas serves to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand. The forehand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz in control. Backhand to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas, who hits a massive forehand, but Alcaraz gets there. And it goes out, and Alcaraz is so frustrated. But it's a brilliant, brilliant play there by Ramos Vinolas, and we are back to deuce. It was big forehands being played there by Ramos Vinolas with his left-hand forehand. Back to deuce. Lexi saying, let's go to tie break. And that's what makes tennis so exciting. The scoring system, it's either gone or it's tie break. And then when we get to the first set at the end, it could go either way. Let's see. Ramos Vinolas now serving to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz, is it in the net? Is it in the net? And it looks like Ramos Vinolas is trying to force this to a tie break. It's saying, I like upsets as long as it's not against Rafa. Yeah, upsets are exciting from a neutral point of view, but obviously not against the player that you are rooting for. Lexi's saying, you're grabbing a drink. I wish you could give me one virtually through the screen. I have water that is nothing left. As Ramos Vinolas hits that wide, we're back to deuce. Back to deuce. Yep, we all love upsets, don't we? And that's why in years to come, we always refer to those upsets at later stages because it's memorable. Quality shot saying Zverev to win the French. Lol. Well, let's see. Maybe he can win the title without having to face a top 10 player, but probably not. As Ramos Vinolas is now serving. And Alcaraz with the backhand to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas down the line. Alcaraz with a loopy forehand. Ramos Vinolas in control. It clips the net, but it goes over. Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz, which is to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Backhand by drop shot. Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas gets there. And is it 4 down the line for a backhand winner? Brilliant play there by Ramos Vinolas. Comment saying Alcaraz needs some upsets early in his career to be the GOAT. Yep, all the GOATs have had serious upsets. And that's why it's an upset, because you don't expect them to lose because they are so good. Nicola saying, I didn't ask your question. Yeah, I'm getting to your question about the quarterfinal. It's so tense now. We need to first watch what's going on. As Ramos Vinolas is serving in the net. Are we going to a tiebreak? Ramos Vinolas serves the forehand. Now Alcaraz with a backhand. And now forehand by Ramos Vinolas to the forehand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas in trouble. Ramos Vinolas is in the net. We're back to deuce. We're back to deuce. And neither player are willing to give it up. Jared asking, what is the one thing Alcaraz isn't doing in this match that he did against Novak? Too many errors. I think we have to also take into account the different court. Madrid, I think, is more suitable to Alcaraz's style. But I think it's the backhand errors, a lot of backhand errors. Maybe in the chat, you can tell me how many there are. Backhand errors and also breakpoint conversion, just not happening. As Ramos Vinolas is now serving to Alcaraz. Backhand by Alcaraz, just over the net. Alcaraz now with a forehand in the net. And it's advantage Ramos Vinolas. Yes, Nicola, I haven't forgot your question. I started, so I'll get back to that as soon as this tense point is over. Well, then we get to the tiebreak. So it may have to wait a little bit longer because it's currently so tense. Ramos Vinolas now serving at advantage to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ooh, return is in. Alcaraz now at the net. Oh, that's just brilliant by Alcaraz. He went for the fake drop shot at the net, and it fooled Ramos Vinolas, wrong-footed him, and we're back to deuce. Oh, that was a brilliant fake drop shot. It's like a drop shot, but then it goes deep. Becca, just joining us. Welcome. Didn't see the start of the match. Why did Alcaraz lose 2 sets? Well, the first set that he lost was just unlucky. Like, Ramos Vinolas didn't even get one breakpoint opportunity, but then it went to the tiebreak, and then suddenly he won that tiebreak. And it was just a case of Alcaraz in that set, specifically that second set, Alcaraz not converting any of his breakpoint opportunities, as we are currently at deuce. Ramos Vinolas now serving to the forehand of Alcaraz. Now forehand by Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz with a big forehand. They are big hitting. Alcaraz now with the backhand down the line, and he's approaching the net for doesn't need a volley. Ramos Vinolas hits it in the net, and has advantage Carlos Alcaraz. Set point. Set point, Carlos Alcaraz. Can he capitalize on this big opportunity and force it to a 5th set? And the crowd are struggling to keep them quiet because it's an electrifying atmosphere. Breakpoint opportunity. Ramos Vinolas serves to the backhand of Alcaraz. It's a fault. It's a fault. Second serve. Oh, the umpire is checking. And he's saying it's in. The umpire is saying it's in. Are they going to replay the point? Or is it point Vinolas? No, they're replaying the point. It's first serve again for Ramos Vinolas. Replay the point. The umpire confirms. Advantage Alcaraz. Serving Ramos Vinolas to the backhand of Ramos. And Alcaraz hits it in the net. And we are back to deuce. Back to deuce. Tristina again saying, great, Carlos. Ramos will win the Roland Garros. Ahmad asking, who are you rooting for? Referring to me, I just want a great match, and I think it will be even greater if Carlos Alcaraz can force that to a fifth set, and then we have a tight fifth set. As Ramos Vinolas is now playing to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz now with the backhand to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. It's a big forehand by Ramos Vinolas, and Alcaraz hits it long. Good hitting by Ramos Vinolas, and it's advantage Ramos Vinolas. Nicola saying, I subbed and thank you very much. Welcome to the Game to Love Club. Hope you will be joining us for future streams in this Roland Garros as well. For those of you not yet, please leave a like on this video and subscribe for more updates like this, and follow the French Open with us in this tightly knit community where we share our passion for this sport. As Ramos Vinolas is now serving at advantage to the backhand of Carlos Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas now approaching the net. Oh, he retreats. Now with a big forehand down the line, Alcaraz gets there. Ramos Vinolas at the net, and he puts away the volley. Alcaraz gets there though. And it's in! Ramos Vinolas now, it's clipping the net, and Alcaraz wins the point. That was just insane. That is a highlight reel. Oh my goodness. Ramos Vinolas hit a volley. Alcaraz somehow still got there, and he went for a lob, which went in at the back of the court, and Alcaraz and Ramos Vinolas was not able to handle that point. It almost looked like Ramos Vinolas was going to hit the ball back and clip the net, but then it didn't go over the net. This is exciting, exciting stuff. If you agree with me, hit a like on this video, and let's see what's happening at the clutch end of the set. It's deuce. Ramos Vinolas serving, and now it's the backhand of Alcaraz going to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Backhand by Carlos Alcaraz is great backhand, but Ramos Vinolas gets there. Now it's a backhand on the line by Alcaraz, and now it's a shank by Carlos Alcaraz, and it's advantage Ramos Vinolas. Yeah, Bent is saying, wow, wow, wow. This is just insane stuff. Question there by Ahmed, are we going to stream the Nadal match? I'm not sure. You'll have to ask JG. If he's in the chat, you can maybe let us know. I know I won't be doing it because I've been streaming now since 11 this morning. So it's like 9 hours straight. So I'm quite hungry, to be honest. Let's see whether Alcaraz can force us to a tie break. He serves. Fault. Second serve. Second serve by Ramos Vinolas. To the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz hits it in the net, and we're going to a tie break. And this could now go anyway. And we're heading to a tiebreak. Tell me in the chat below who is taking the tiebreak. What is the score going to be? Tell me in the chat who is taking this. If I missed some of your comments, I do apologize. There are a lot of comments coming through at this stage, which is understandable. For example, MFJ saying a heart attack. How this is electrifying stuff. Becca asking, is Alcaraz still stressed out? I think you also asked previously whether he has physical issues, but he's moving fine. So there's no injury to worry about for Alcaraz. Okay, we have some predictions here. Nicola saying 7-5 for Alcaraz. Tennis player 1 saying 7-4 for Ramos Vinolas. Let's see what's happening here as Alcaraz is serving set first in this tiebreak. Sante saying Alcaraz is getting the tiebreak, really pressuring Vinolas' serve. Alcaraz now with a big forehand, and he's going to the net with a volley. And He smashes it at the net for a winner, and that's the first volley in a while that Carlos Alcaraz is able to get, because a few times in this match he has been hitting volleys in the net, but he's able to get this one past the net, and it's 1-0 for Carlos Alcaraz. We're having different scores here. Adrian saying 7-4 Alcaraz. We have a Ramos 7-2. Alcaraz 7-5 by Xian. Jamie saying it's going to be 7-3 Alcaraz. It's saying 1-4-3 likes you deserve more. I'm not going to say I agree because that's... but okay, thank you very much. If other people agree with him, please hit a like on this video and we enjoy this tie break together, as it's currently 1-1. Ramos Vinolas able to get his serve there. Becca saying Alcaraz 7-4. If you have Alcaraz 8-6 by Denise. Let's see what's happening here as Ramos Vinolas is serving in the third point of this tie break on his serve. We have 7-5 Ramos 7-2. We have Lexi saying 7-4 for Vinolas. Alcaraz returning with his backhand. Vinolas now with a forehand in the net, and it's mini break for Carlos Alcaraz. Mini break, and it's pressure now amounting to Ramos Vinolas. I think someone in the chat mentioned that they think Alcaraz is going to put pressure on the serve of Ramos Vinolas, and it's a mini break by Carlos Alcaraz. Is he going to take us to a fifth set? Sean saying, I don't want a giant killing because Vinolas will probably go out in the next round. That's usually what happens, right? In upsets in Grand Slams. Usually the person that causes the upset then immediately loses in the next round. Okay, let's see. Ramos Vinolas serving with a mini break in this tie break. Second serve to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with the forehand. It doesn't go deep. Ramos Vinolas stepping in the court. Alcaraz is not in control. Ramos Vinolas with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Oh, but Ramos Vinolas hits it wide. And they were unsure about that, but it seems like it was just wide. And it's 3-1 Carlos Alcaraz. Sante asking, is the hype getting to Alcaraz? I said, well, this match is not over, because I think if Alcaraz wins this one, it will be... that's a debate we'll have later. As Alcaraz, it's a massive forehand, it's just in on the line. Alcaraz now with a big forehand again, and he's very deep in the court, and he's now retreating. Alcaraz now with a massive forehand down the line. Ramos Vinolas gets there, though. Alcaraz with a backhand, and he hits it long, and it's a mini break back by Ramos Vinolas. So what I want to know from your side as well, but maybe let's ask that question if we get to the fifth set. If Alcaraz is able to win this match from this position, would it be good or would it be bad? You could argue both ways. You could say, no, it's better, obviously, to have straight sets, easy win. But mentally, it could also help you a lot through your career building if you go through these types of matches. And I don't think physically it's going to be bad for Alcaraz if he goes to 5. He should be fit. I mean, he didn't play Rome and he's still young and fresh. Ratul saying this match is going long. Becca saying Ramos is playing the match of his life. As Ramos is now serving, and Alcaraz, oh, that's a massive winner by Alcaraz down the line. Oh my goodness, that was big. It was a massive forehand down the line by Carlos Alcaraz. That's big. That's going to be on tennis TV, bro. Let's look at that replay. Oh, that's huge. That is huge. Well, I don't think Carlos Alcaraz is cracking under pressure, because if you're under pressure, you don't go for gutsy shots like that. Ooh. Lexi saying this is the match of the day so far. We have so many great matches today. We have the Zverev one, which went to 5 sets. I'm assuming the Djokovic match was straight sets. But yeah, this is just crazy, crazy stuff. To the 950 people online, welcome to the Game to Love podcast. Thank you for joining me as we watch the set together until the end of this match. If you like this coverage, like this video and subscribe to the Game to Love podcast to make sure that you don't miss further coverage that will be brought to you of the French Open. As Ramos Vinolas serves as a good return by Carlos Alcaraz. Alcaraz now with a backhand down the line. Ramos Vinolas gets there with a backhand slice. Carlos Alcaraz with a big forehand winner! And it's 5-2. Carlos Alcaraz taking full control of this tiebreak. And it seems like we are going to 5 sets. Whew. Nicola saying, I'm a Nole fan and I want to see Alcaraz Nole match, but of course I want Nole to win. And I don't know why, but I want Alcaraz to win even if he will beat Nole. I really believe this guy will be so good. Well, I think we can all agree that if Alcaraz is able to go deep into this fight, it's just good for tennis to have some hype that we can actually go on for a change. Saying let's go, but the ultimate underdog. Alcaraz now serving with a massive forehand. Alcaraz gets there. Alcaraz at the net, and he puts away the volley. Alcaraz, and it's 6-2. And he has several set points in the bag, of which the first one will be on his own serve. Well, this tiebreak has not been tight. Is this maybe an indication of how the fifth set will go? Do you think the fifth set will be tight as well? Carlos Alcaraz with several set points in the bag, as he serves to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Ramos Vinolas returns long, and it's the fourth set to Carlos Alcaraz.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
Well. Insane. We're going to a fifth set. Tell me now in the chat, do you think that if Carlos Alcaraz is able to take the W here today, will this affect his future in this tournament positively or negatively? I think it can go either way. Do you think it's negative in the sense that he's now doubting himself whether he can go this far if it needs 5 sets? Is it maybe negative from a fatigue point of view, or is it maybe positive because he's now fighting and gaining confidence of being able to maybe then come back from 2 sets to 1 down? Becca asking, is Ramos cracking? I don't think so. I don't think it's been poor play necessarily by Ramos Vinolas. I think Alcaraz really stepped up in the tiebreak with some magnificent winners, which will definitely be in the highlights package. Remember, Ramos Vinolas, as people seem to be in the chat pointing out in words that I don't want to put on screen, I think he had set points. I think Ramos Vinolas had set points, which he didn't convert. And now we are at 5 sets. Let's see. You think that it will affect Carlos Alcaraz positively, the fact that he had this difficult match coming back from 2 sets to 1. Yes, we want predictions. Denise, you're saying 6-3 for Alcaraz in the 5th set. Seth saying a breadstick coming up. I'm going to assume you're referring a breadstick for Alcaraz, or are you saying a breadstick suddenly for Ramos Vinolas? You never know. We have a comment from Nanda Kumar saying 5th set, Alcaraz to take it 6-3, and this will affect him positively as he's fighting through this match. John Esther agrees. He says positively, it's early in the tournament. If this was a match before Djokovic and Nadal, I'd say negative, and I agree. And I think also we have to take into account that he will have a day of rest tomorrow. So I think physically, I don't think this will be a problem at all. Yeah, we've seen a young Rafa fight before as well. Clement saying, finish it, which is a quote by Senator Palpatine, I believe. Finish it. Or finish him. Or finish it. I can't remember the quote exactly. By Darth Sidious. Yep, John's saying he had 1 set point. True. Lexi saying 6-4 to Carlos Alcaraz. Clement asking who's singing for these shorts. It's one of the founders of Game to Love Tennis podcast, Ben. So make sure that you... But Clement, I think I've seen you before in the chat as well, so you probably know them already, Ben and JG, the legends, the founders of Game to Love. And Ben did all the songs himself. Very, very talented. Nico saying Alcaraz will be positively affected if he wins this match. So I haven't seen anybody saying that it will affect him negatively, which is interesting. MJ saying, come on, Carlos. Gary, you've been silent. I say every match stands on its own. For the great players, struggling early is not an indication of what will happen at crunch time. And I fully agree with that. All right. We have 5th set for Ramos Vinolas. 6 love. I shouldn't be laughing because I was laughing earlier at someone that projected, sorry, I can't remember your name if you're still in the chat, who said that Ramos Vanola's going to win the match. And it was like just after the first set. And I was laughing. And he is proving to be maybe correct. All right. Lexi saying Ben is the talented one and JG is the genius one. So give me a prediction in the chat. Who do you think is going to take this last set? And what is the final scoreline of this fifth set going to be? All right, drop below in the comments. Who do you think is going to take this final set? Remember to hit the like button. I see a lot of people left. They probably just wanted to see the tight end of the 4th set before you leave. If you want to leave, don't though. We're going to stick around and see what happens in this 5th and final set. But please remember to hit the like button on the video and subscribe to the channel if you are new. John confirming it was Robert that said he predicted a 2nd set tiebreak win by Ramos Vanolas and the match win by Ramos Vanolas. Thank you very much. And credit to Robert, because he was correct in his predictions. And as usual, I was wrong because I'm very bad at predicting these matches usually. Usually when I bet money on someone, you can be guaranteed that person will lose the match. Okay, we have 6-3 for Carlos Alcaraz by Denise. Ricardo saying it will be 6-2 Carlos Alcaraz. Seth saying Alcaraz will win a breadstick. So you'll return to the bakery like he did in the first set and take a breadstick 6-1. We have 6-4 by Juan for Carlos Alcaraz, 6-0 by Ramos Vanolas once again. We have 6-2 by Rishab for Alcaraz, 6-3 for Alcaraz, 6-4 Alcaraz, 6-4, 6-3. And Nico saying, I thought Zverev will be beaten earlier, but he won. Yep. It would have been interesting if Zverev lost and Carlos Alcaraz, then we probably would have had Cam Norrie in the semi-final. So that's interesting. As Ramos Vanolas is serving first in this game, is already under pressure at 15-30. And now, Nicola, I haven't forgotten about your question. In your opinion, who will win the Roland Garros and who will be the dark horse for the tournament? So I feel like, to be fair, I have to state my predictions as the tournament started and not now mid-tournament. Maybe I can say then what my answer now is, whether it changed. So coming into the tournaments, I do participate in the Fantasy League on the tennis app, TNNS, Fantasy League on the tennis app. And on there, I had Nadal winning the tournament, simply because I feel like you can just never count him out in Roland Garros. Like, he will always be, no matter the circumstances, no matter the form, he has to be statistically the favorite for Roland Garros. Always. Just out of respect, I cannot pick anybody else. With regards to the dark horse, I must embarrassingly admit that my dark horse for this tournament was Alex de Minaur. Now, don't laugh. I know he lost in the first round, but hear me out. As we have a long rally here, Ramos Vanolas now going to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vanolas now at the net, who hits it for a winner. And it's 40-30 for Ramos Vanolas. So I thought de Minaur, because he actually had a very good season, clay season. He played very well in the clay season. And also he had quite a favorable draw in the sense that he was at the bottom half of the draw. Like, I know a lot of people have Dimitrov as their dark horse. And I would agree also in the sense that he's seated low and he also had a fantastic clay court season. He basically just lost to Tsitsipas every time. But the problem is Dimitrov will then have to beat Schwartzman, Nadal or Djokovic and Alcaraz and Tsitsipas, and that's not going to happen. So I picked de Minaur because of him being in the bottom half of the draw. But it seems like that's not going to be the case anymore. So I guess the obvious choice now for dark horse will be Kecmanovic. Tell me what you think in the chat. Gary saying, please hit the like button. Yes, please. Thank you, everybody, for joining me here today. Hope you're enjoying this coverage. And if you do, make sure to hit the like button. And together we will be watching this 5th set till the very end. Lexi saying, I like Alex de Minaur, don't worry. Yeah, it's just embarrassing because he lost in the first round. So it's like... And also had Jabeur winning from the women's side, and she lost in the first round. No, I'm thinking Iga will win. Obviously, I think Iga will win. But I thought like it's just too obvious pick. So I went for Jabeur because if I'm then right, then I look like a genius. So actually, or not necessarily just look like a genius, but then in the some SNV tried there by Alcaraz, but not successfully. So with the Tennis TV app, as you might know, if you win the fantasy league, then you win like 500, I don't know whether it's pounds or euros or dollars. So my thinking was, if I'm voting for Iga, everybody's voting for Iga. So I won't win because I chose Iga. So, and whether you are 6th or whether you are 400th, for me, that's the same. So I just went for upset. So I actually said Alep is going to beat her in the quarterfinals. Oh, that's a massive forehand there by Ramos Vinolas. And he's up love 30. He's up love 30 in the service game of Carlos Alcaraz. Question by Ed. Is this the first time Carlitos has played a 5th set in his pro career? That's a very, very good question. It might be true. I can't think of another time that he did. Let me know in the chat, maybe if you know whether this fact is true or not. I'll quickly Google it myself, but people in the chat will probably be quicker. As Alcaraz is serving at love 30, and Ramos Vinolas is not able to return that. It's 15-30. Dark horses here. Felix Auger-Aliassime, Ramos Vinolas, and Cam Norrie. Yeah, Cam Norrie. Good dark horse. I think usually what they do in the Game to Love, Ben and JG, is they say that you can't be in the top 20 seeds for a dark horse. So I think that means that none of them qualify except Ramos Vinolas. And my stream logged out. I do apologize for this. I'll have to quickly log in again. Okay, give me a while. I'm not going to go to a break here because then you can still at least see the score there at the top. But I'm going to have to log in again as my session timed out. That's what happens when you watch a 4-hour match. Okay, I'll have to log in again. All right, sorry about that. Hope you all understand. I just need to fetch my login details as well quickly. As I see in the score that it's double breakpoint opportunity for Ramos Vinolas. Okay, let's see here quickly. Will Ramos Vinolas capitalize on these 2 breakpoint opportunities as I'm trying to log back in to my account? Okay, I'm logged in. Let's get that match again. As it seems like Ramos Vinolas actually converted his breakpoints and he's up 2 games to love. He's up 2 games to love in the final set. I did not see that coming, but neither did I see a 5th setter coming. So apparently I'm just useless in predicting what's going to happen in tennis. Okay, let's find this match. And I'm going to check the chat now. You must tell me, how did that happen? Was it good play by Alcaraz? Was it fantastic play by Ramos? Was it bad play by Alcaraz, or was it fantastic play by Ramos Vinolas? As we are back in the stream, let's check the chat. What happened there? Okay. As Ramos Vinolas is now not returning, that's love 15. Okay, Cheyenne saying Rude is my dark horse prediction. Okay, so if we follow a rule of that you must be outside of the top 20 seeds, then we cannot count him in. Let's see what other people say. Yeah, it's saying Ramos Vinolas is showing so much character in not going away. That's very, very true. Dark horses by Lexi. It's Casper Ruud, Korda, and Rublev. So Korda, as far as I remember, is facing the winner of this match. If Korda won his match today, which I'm not sure. And we know that Alcaraz lost against Korda in Monte Carlo. Alcaraz trying there for a drop shot, but it doesn't go over the net. It is 15 all. Gary Fernal saying, psychology is that play for Carlos Alcaraz. He came in with very, very high expectations. True. So that's why I think if he's able to pull this win off, then I think from a psychological point of view, it will do him very, very well for the remainder of his career. Can someone tell me, is this his first 5-set match in his career? Saying Carlos has no experience, so I'm assuming this is his first 5th-set match or 5-set match. Oh, Vuko saying Alcaraz played last in the US Open 5 sets and won both. All right. I assume one of them was against Tsitsipas, which he won. And it's 30-15. Gary, once again, praise for commentary. Let's give this man 200 likes. Okay, I don't know how many likes we have currently, but if it's close to 200, that will be insane if we can get to 200 likes. Insane. So if you like this coverage, please consider leaving a like on this video. All right, Ramos Vinolas now hitting it to the backhand of Carlos Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas now with a forehand to the forehand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas with the backhand. Alcaraz with the backhand. Cross court. Is it for a winner? And we're on 30 all. Lexi saying, yes, Gary, almost 200. Okay, you'll have to tell me when we get close. Tell me, Chad. Okay, we've JG saying we've got 179. I'm sure there are 21 of you that haven't liked this video yet. Let's get to 200. Make sure to like that video and subscribe to the Game to Love Tennis podcast if you have not already, to make sure that you get most of the coverage of the Roland Garros to your doorstep, as they would say. As we are watching Ramos Vinolas hitting that wide, and it's a breakpoint opportunity by Carlos Alcaraz. Insane. Nico saying that we are now at 184. Come on, guys. 16 likes to go. Let's see whether we can get 16 likes more to get to 200 likes for this broadcast. As Alcaraz is now ready to break. Ramos Vinolas facing a breakpoint. Can Alcaraz take this breakpoint and make it level once again in this final set? Ramos Vinolas serving. Fault. Second serve. Second serve for Ramos Vinolas, 30-40. And he serves to the backhand of Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas, a deep return by Alcaraz. Alcaraz now down the line with his forehand. Ramos Vinolas with the backhand. Alcaraz with the forehand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz with the backhand in the net. Alcaraz went for the backhand down the line, but it's the higher part of the net. And he wasn't able to get that through the over the net. And it's deuce. Deuce, 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 deuce. Talking about deuce, juice would be very nice to drink. I have nothing left. I'm very thirsty. I'm also very hungry. But this is too exciting to miss. As Ramos Vinolas serves on deuce. It's a good return by Alcaraz, but it's a good backhand by Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz hits that forehand long. And his advantage, Ramos Vinolas. Can he go to 3-love and consolidate his break? Gary saying back on serve soon. Yeah, we'll have to see whether Alcaraz is able to maybe fight through this game. I think it's very important that he does it here already. Serve by Ramos. Alcaraz with a slice backhand. Ramos now with a big forehand. Alcaraz now with a backhand to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz with a backhand. Oh, that's a great shot by Ramos Vinolas. Slice by Alcaraz. Ramos Vinolas hits it in the net, and we're back to deuce. Oh, that was brilliant slicing there by Alcaraz. I feel like we haven't seen a slice passage of play throughout this match a lot. And maybe that's something that Alcaraz needs to consider. And I guess that's what makes the great players so great. They have a plan B, plan C, plan D. And maybe Alcaraz needs to say, okay, I'm going to go for a slice game. Maybe it will put Ramos Vinolas off his game. King and Just saying Ramos Vinolas will win. Gary saying that Ramos Vinolas will be angry if he loses from this position. I agree. A break in the 5th. Gary saying we are at 193 likes. 7 more likes. Come on, hit that like button if you haven't already. And we can get to 200 and celebrate that together. As Ramos Vinolas is serving at advantage to the forehand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz now the forehand. Ramos Vinolas now with his forehand to Alcaraz's forehand. Ramos Vinolas with a big forehand, but Alcaraz is able to get there. Ramos Vinolas in control of this rally. Slice by Alcaraz. Big forehand by Ramos Vinolas. Ooh, and Alcaraz hits it in the net. Hits it in the net, and Ramos Vinolas consolidates his break, and he's up 3 games to love. Cheers, you guys, am I tired? I am not tired. I'm running on adrenaline. As soon as the stream is over, I'm gonna be suddenly very tired. But as the stand now, I'm not tired at all. I'm very, very pumped for the final of this match. Cheyenne saying, you mentioned Carlos has a lot of backhand mistakes. Is this ARV targeting his backhand? I haven't noticed that. Maybe it's true. So what I have noticed is that he's making a lot of backhand unforced errors. But what I've not picked up on is whether Ramos Vinolas is going for the backhand of Alcaraz on purpose, because he's seeing that there's a lot of errors going from that side. And being a left-hander, it's easier to do, right? Because you can just keep on hitting your forehands cross-court, and that will then force Alcaraz to hit backhands, as we've seen Nadal doing it so many times to Federer in the past, where then Roger struggled with his single-handed backhand, receiving that cross-court forehand lefty by Rafael Nadal. Yeah, you said 6 love, and I thought you were joking, but it's possible. Ramos Vinolas can take the 6 love. John saying Zverev has won a 5-set battle in the early rounds of every French Open since 2018. That's interesting. Okay, so in 2018, 5 sets versus Lajovic. 2019, 5 sets versus Melbourne. 2020, 5 sets versus Herbert. And 2021, 5 sets versus Otte. That is very, very interesting stat. And I assume he won them all. Yeah, you say he's won a 5-set battle in early rounds of every French Open. That is interesting. King just saying, come on, I've been a fan of Ramos Vinolas for around 2 years. I love his lefty playing style. Happy to see him doing well. Oh, that's a big winner there by Carlos Alcaraz. And he takes it up 30 love. He really, from a Carlos Alcaraz perspective, he really needs to hold here. He cannot afford to go down a double break in this final set. Tell me, how many likes are we currently at? We were 193. Have we passed 200? As Alcaraz is serving at 30 love. Second serve. He serves to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with a wrong footing. Ramos Vinolas hits it for a forehand winner. And he's up 40 love. So it's a comfortable service game. And you feel like that was very, very necessary for Carlos Alcaraz. And we have 201 likes. Yay! I'll play the celebratory song right now. Let's just see whether Carlos Alcaraz can close this out. Ooh, Carlos Alcaraz tried there with a bit of serve and volley, but Ramos Vinolas saw exactly what he's doing. As mentioned in the chat, he's got so much experience, and he was able to pass Carlos Alcaraz. You can understand why Alcaraz went for this S&V or serve and volley, because he's up 40 love. So you can take a bit of risk. Let's see, 40-15. Can he take this game to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas? And Ramos Vinolas hits the return long, and Carlos Alcaraz is on the board finally in this 5th and final set.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
And he's on the board, but he's still behind a break. I want to thank everybody that is joining me for this live coverage. We achieved 200 likes thus far. As we will be watching whether Alcaraz can take this further as he tries it for a passing shot. Ramos Vinolas is able to get a racket on it, but not past the net, and that's brilliant play by Alcaraz. It's love 15. What are you thinking in the chat? What do you think is going to happen? Is Alcaraz going to break back? Or is Ramos Vinolas taking control of this final set? I think Alcaraz is breaking back. Yeah, Gary saying thank you, everybody. As Lexi said, we hit the 200 mark. Well, this is a marathon match. We're now live for 4 hours and 15 seconds. All right, let's see. Ramos Vinolas serving. Alcaraz hits that long, and it's 15-all. So your prediction was 6-love, Ramos Vinolas, and now you updated that to 6-1. Let's see how many times you have to update that prediction. Gary Fiennel saying Carlos is pressing too hard, likely he's in shock that it might happen. Yeah, I'm thinking now, like, if Carlos Alcaraz loses this match, how is he going to take this in the locker room afterwards? Is he going to be in tears? And also while he's walking off court, because obviously the hype has been immense. So, and Alcaraz is going to the net. And again at the net, takes out the volley. That's courageous play there by Carlos Alcaraz. He went for the slice. And then as soon as he hit the slice, he was running to the net. And that worked out in the second volley. Madam saying you're watching from Nigeria. Welcome, welcome, and welcome. From a fellow African, I'm from South Africa. Tell me in the chat, where are you watching this from? Are there countries where you're watching it from where it's like currently in the middle of the night? We've got Seed saying that it will be 6-4 Ramos Vinolas. And Gary is saying, I think Carlos will break back and break dance as well. Well, hopefully dance is better than Shapovalov is rapping. Nemesis saying Alcaraz will win. Madav saying Ramos will win. Let's see. Yeah, Madame saying that the hype has been crazy about Carlito, so the pressure might be too much for him. So it'll be interesting to see how he... Oh, but he has 2 breakpoints opportunities. How did I miss that? 2 breakpoint opportunities for Carlos Alcaraz to make it level in the set. Well, not make it level, but be back on serve. Ramos Vinolas serving as a great serve, and it's a great hit by Ramos Vinolas as he saves his first breakpoint. We should also note, looking at the breakpoint conversion rate by Carlos Alcaraz, he has now converted only 5 of 24. That's very similar to Federer's breakpoint conversion rate at the US Open final against Djokovic. I think that was 4 out of 24. But it's another breakpoint opportunity for Carlos Alcaraz. It's a great serve by Ramos Vinolas. Carlos Alcaraz returns though. And it's a great play by Ramos Vinolas at the net. Volley. Alcaraz running. Oh! My goodness. That was the most insane shot of this tournament. This should be the shot of the year. It's a winner by Carlos Alcaraz. He was running. So Ramos Vinolas tries to put away with a volley, and Alcaraz is running as if he's Rafael Nadal, and he hits a passing shot backhand winner down the line. That was just insane, and deservedly so. Carlos Alcaraz, and the crowd is literally standing and applauding this because this is just brilliant play. Let's see the replay there. That is just insane. Was it a one-handed backhand, maybe? Let's see quickly. That was just an insane get. Both gets were insane. If you're following this also on your television or something in the chat, let me know, what did you think of that shot? Oh, now I missed the shot. I want to see whether it wasn't that maybe a one-handed backhand winner there by Carlos Alcaraz. That was just insane. Wow, wow, wow. Well, that is going to be on Tennis TV, bro, because that was, I would say, the shot of the year. But this isn't part of the ATP, so it won't be in the Tennis TV package. So it's not going to be on Tennis TV, bro, because as you know, Tennis TV doesn't cover Grand Slams. Lexi saying the crowd is losing their heads, and so am I. It's such an honor to just somehow be part of this match by watching it and commentating on it. It's insane. My mic position is losing its position because I'm moving so much. And Amos is saying, my man will keep updating his prediction. Yeah, now it's Ramos Vinolas 6-3. Keep on updating that prediction. As Alcaraz is now serving. It's a slice. And he goes to the net and he hits the volley in the net. Alcaraz. It's happened a few times now throughout this match where he hits the volley into the net. He has to practice his volley. He really needs to practice his volley, especially if he wants a good run at Wimbledon. I think the volley there is very, very important. Lexi's saying, what a ridiculous shot and win. It was insane. Yes, Vincenzo pointing out there's no fifth set tiebreak in Roland Garros, so it can be 7-6. Then he's stucking with a 6-3 prediction for Carlos Alcaraz. Let's see what happens here. As Alcaraz hits a forehand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with a backhand deep to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Ramos Vinolas with a forehand. Where's it long? And it's 15-all. Fabiola saying Alcaraz at the beginning of his career. So whatever is the income, I assume the outcome of this match, he has to move on and take the best of it. Yeah, I hope this is not a case of Alcaraz losing this match and therefore just collapsing mentally forward. I hope that will not be the case. Jack saying all slams have a fifth set tiebreak to 10. That's correct. So it's a super tiebreak. So they go to tiebreak at 6-all, but then it's until 10 points and not 7. Right, let's see. Alcaraz at the net. Ooh, Alcaraz there with a volley, and he's able to get that over. It was a very, very deep hit by Alcaraz. I thought it was long, but it seems like it wasn't. And then he was at the net, ready to take it away with a volley. All right. What's happening here? Is Carlos Alcaraz going to force it to 3-all? Well, the way this match is going this far, I'm predicting a tiebreak end, just to make it dramatic until the very end. SNV by Carlos Alcaraz, and it works. Serve and volley as if it's 1980. And he's up 40-15. Can he level up and make it 3-all? I'm very interested to see how Alcaraz will be doing at Wimbledon. As he's now serving at 40-15. He serves. Fault. Second serve. He serves to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz now with the backhand. Ramos Vinolas running around. Alcaraz with the backhand down the line, but Ramos Vinolas will hit a forehand to the forehand of Alcaraz. Vinolas with a big forehand down the line. Alcaraz gets there with a backhand, and that's just brilliant movement by Carlos Alcaraz. And he consolidates his break, and he takes it to 3-all.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
And it looks like Alcaraz is taking control of the final portion of this match. Whew. Gary saying, what is Wimbledon? Oh, the exhibition, you mean? I saw Naomi Osaka said it's now like an exhibition. Okay, let's see what's happening here. 3-all. Ramos Vinolas hits that ball wide. And it's now 8:01 in the evening in my time zone. So I've officially been streaming now for 9 hours straight. Yeah, the day is gone. It's my birthday tomorrow. I suddenly remember now. So hopefully I have a voice by tomorrow. As Vinolas is hitting it to the backhand of Alcaraz. We have Alcaraz is too close to the net and he's out of position. Sorry, I meant Ramos Vinolas is out of position. Alcaraz is able to hit that. And it's love 30. It's love 30. Is Alcaraz going to take control of the set? Carl Ling saying, that was the weirdest song I've ever heard. Well, that's the brilliant creativity by Ben, one of the founders of Game to Love with JG. As I didn't follow that point, but it's now love 40, and it's 3 break point opportunities for Carlos Alcaraz. 3 break point opportunities. That's quite a lot. Let's see whether he can convert one of them. Vinolas now serving to the backhand of Alcaraz. Vinolas now with a forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz, who slices it in the net. It's 15-40. I'm getting a lot of happy birthdays here. Lexi saying happy in advance. Happy birthday, Mike. Thank you very much. Thank you, Zaid, for your birthday blessings. If you want to give me a gift, hit that like button if you haven't already. Let's see. 2 more breakpoint opportunities for Carlos Alcaraz. Let's see. Ramos Vinola serving as a great serve, but Alcaraz gets it back. Alcaraz now with a forehand down the line. And nobody knows whether that's in or not. The umpire's going to check. Was that forehand a winner by Carlos Alcaraz or was it long? And the crowd is silent. Everybody's watching. It's long, or wide rather. And the crowd is booing. As if like there's judgment involved in deciding whether the ball was out or not. I guess there is a little bit of judgment involved. Yeah, it was out. How old will I be tomorrow? I will be 29 years old tomorrow. So I'm starting to approach the 30s, and to me, that's very depressing. I don't want to become old. As Vinolas is trying to save another break point. Fault, second serve. Second serve. Oh, that's a winner! That's a winner returned by Carlos Alcaraz. That was insane. And he breaks to take lead of this this fifth and this final set.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
Well. He takes control. I was hoping for a tie break from a neutral perspective, just to have this tense hype until the end of this match. So, from a neutral perspective, I'm hoping that Ramos Vinolas can break back here, that it's not like an anticlimactic end to what has been a very, very exciting match. Sam saying, it's depressing, I'm turning 27 in like 3 months. Yep. I don't want to approach the 30s. I really don't want to. And there's that song again. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Oh, my voice is doomed. But it's worth it because this match has just been insane. As Carlos Alcaraz will be serving at 4-3 in the fifth and final set. Jared asking how old is JG and Ben? I've got no idea. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you because that's probably personal. But yeah, I don't know. As Alcaraz is serving at 4-3, and he hits an ace, and it looks like he wants to wrap this match up. Gary saying, 30 was so long ago that I can barely recall it. I do remember that it was a bit traumatic for me, though. Yep. I feel like 28 is then at least like, okay, it's middle 25 and 30, but 29, it's way too close to 30. Right, let's see. Carlos Alcaraz hitting a forehand to the backhand of Ramos Vinolas. Carlos Alcaraz with a big forehand again to the backhand. Oh, that's beautiful, but Ramos Vinolas. That was just beautiful. I don't know whether it was luck, but he hit a backhand winner. Like, the angle was just insane. Because it's past the service line, like inside the service box. And now Alcaraz and the umpire is debating what mark is it. And they're pointing their fingers to the same thing. And they're arguing whether that mark was in or out. But Alcaraz is accepting, okay, fine, it was a winner. And it's 15-all. JG is confirming that it is 100 years old. All right, let's see. 15-all. Carlos Alcaraz. It's a fault. Second serve. to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. It's a great return by Ramos. He's at the net. Is he going to close it out? Alcaraz goes for the lob. Is it long? Now they're not sure again. So Ramos Vinolas went for a smash at the net. Alcaraz went for a lob. They're confirming the lob of Alcaraz was long. So it's 15-30. Are we in for another twist? I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if we're in for another twist in this game. Oh, as Alcaraz is serving at 15-30. I see a lot of people have joined now the past 5 minutes. Welcome to the stream. Let's see what happens at the close of this final set. Alcaraz now with the backhand down the line, and he goes to the net. Is a bit out of position. Is Ramos Vinolas going to capitalize? Yes, he does. Alcaraz was out of position. Alcaraz went to the net at the wrong stage, and Ramos Vinolas was able to capitalize on his wrong position. And it's 2 break point opportunities for Ramos Vinolas. Are we going back on serve? I can't take this any longer. What's happening? What's happening in this match? Nobody wants to win. Nobody wants to lose. It's 2 breakpoint opportunities. Well, I'm hoping for this. I want a tight finish. Let's see whether Ramos Vinolas can. It's a great serve for Alcaraz, but Ramos Vinolas returns. And now we have... Oh, it's in by Ramos. Alcaraz with the big forehand. Alcaraz now with the forehand in the net. And Ramos Vinolas breaks back. Ramos Vinolas breaks back. And my voice is gone. We're back on serve. We're back on serve at 4-all. Oh my goodness. Gary saying, get Ramos on a coffee. Gary, my friend, I need much more than coffee at this stage. But I don't have anything. I have this empty bottle of water, which I started drinking 9 hours ago. And I don't have anything else. And my aircon is off. I'm going to switch it on now. But let's first see what's happening here at 4-all. You know what? I'm quickly going to turn on my aircon. So I'll be not on screen. I'm not going to show anything else because I want you to see the score. I'll just going to give me 10 seconds. All right, let's see. What did I miss? Alcaraz going for a slice. Ramos Vinolas hits it in the net. It's love 15 at 4-all. Gary saying tense. Yes, it's very, very tense. And this makes it very, very exciting. Faizan at Quality Shot saying 300 likes. At least hit the like button, please. If you are enjoying the stream with me and you want to watch it with me till the very end, hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel already, do that to get similar coverage of future matches at the Roland Garros and further. Gary saying, RV sounds like a kind of wine. Yeah, so it's difficult to say during the rallies, like Ramos Vinolas. It's such a long text. As Ramos Vinolas hits a forehand down the line, but it's a great get by Alcaraz. Alcaraz in control of this rally. And it's a forehand winner. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. He is taking control of this game. It's love 30 on Ramos Vinolas' serve. Gary asking me if I'm in an underground bunker. That's exactly where I am. No, I'm in my office. And yeah, I have an aircon there, but I'm sweating because of mixture of nerves and excitement and passion for this insane game. Love 30. It's a good return by Alcaraz. Now Alcaraz with the backhand, who hits it wide. 15-30. Hey, Dejaya 8 Ahora. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Hit the like button if you haven't already. And sing your song. You will get more likes. I did it now earlier. My voice is so sore. I don't think I can get to that range that Ben is able to in that song. Okay, let's see what happens here at 15-30. Ramos Vinolas serving fault. Second serve. And he's going, you can see that he's really going for that typical lefty serve to the backhand of Alcaraz, because then Alcaraz is out of position for the next shot. Alcaraz now with the backhand return. Ramos Vinolas with the forehand. Backhand by Alcaraz. It's a great shot by Alcaraz. Alcaraz now with the forehand down the line and is going to the net. And he's going to hit it in the air. And now he needs to retreat. Alcaraz now back at the baseline again. Alcaraz now with a massive forehand. It's a forehand going wide by Ramos Vinolas. And it's 15-40. Insane. Alcaraz was in no man's land, so he had to retreat mid-rally, which is not easy to do. Carl saying, I would make a great commentator. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. JG, yeah, this is a crazy match. We're now close to 5 hours for this one. And thank you, Faizan, for your compliments. Right, let's see. Alcaraz hits that return long. Oh, he has 2 breakpoint opportunities. How did I miss that? Well, he didn't capitalize on the first one. It's 30-40. Can Alcaraz break here and then serve for the match? Alcaraz converted 7 out of 29 breakpoints. That's not good. Can he convert this one, however, and serve it for the match? As Vinolas, it's a great serve. That's a great serve. Alcaraz is not able to get that back, and it's 2 break points lost. And we're back at deuce. We are back at deuce. Carl saying it's now or never. And it's now or never. I'm gonna live forever. That's a song, right? I think it's Bon Jovi. Oh, thank you very much for all the compliments. Mega Unboxer saying, I can't really predict the winner, but whoever wins will be really, really, really tired. Well, I actually if Alcaraz wins, he's 19 years old. He didn't play Rome. So I actually don't think that physically it will be a problem, especially considering that he will have a break tomorrow, right? It's not like a 1000 where you play every day. You'll have a break tomorrow, and I think he will be able to recover in time. As Ramos Vinolas hits it long, and it's another breakpoint opportunity for Carlos Alcaraz. Gary saying the singing will get me many likes. I'll have to decide whether it's worth it or not. Oh, Quality Shot, thank you very much for your donation. Really appreciate it. Big fan of your commentary as well. They are saying Carlos must break. From a neutral perspective, I'm just hoping this goes as long as possible. Let's see whether he can capitalize. Oh, the great serve there by Ramos Vinolas. As Alcaraz is now hitting the backhand to the forehand of Ramos Vinolas. Alcaraz with a drop shot. Will Ramos Vinolas get there? He does. Oh, it's brilliant by Ramos Vinolas, and he smashes it. But Alcaraz gets there again, and he smashes it again. And Alcaraz gets there again. And there's another smash, and it gets there again. Volley. Oh, volley by Ramos Vinolas in the net. Ramos Vinolas volleys it in the net. That's just insane. That's just insane. It was difficult to commentate on that live. And he throws his racket away, Ramos Vinolas. That was just insane. So what happened there was like smash, 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 smash. And Alcaraz doing some getting there. Insane defense. And in the end, Ramos Vinolas is not able to put the volley away. And Carlos Alcaraz breaks, and he will serve for the match.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
Insane energy in the crowd there right now. And I think for the person that has to make a highlights package of this match, he is going to struggle because, or she is going to struggle because there are so many insane points that we saw today. And Alcaraz is showing like, yes, I know that was good. Fabiola saying at this point, they both deserve to win. They both played so well. Let's see whether Alcaraz can finish this off. Ooh. They are saying you would pay to see this match. I assume you mean see as in physically what's happening. If you want to pay for this audio, you can do so by giving me a like. Let's see. Can he serve it out? It's an ace! It's an ace by Carlos Alcaraz. Can he close it out, though? Can he close it out? Nico saying it's 2 a.m. here, still awake to watch Alcaraz win. Hope he wins. Well done for staying up this late for this exciting match. For those of you online, 964 of you online, welcome. As we see whether Carlos Alcaraz can close this out. Remember to hit the like button on this video. That's a great serve for Alcaraz. And Ramos Vinolas returns, and he is so good there. 30 love for Alcaraz. He is now hitting it big. He's hitting it big, and he's 2 points away. 2 points away from taking this match. And the crowd is cheering him on. All right, let's see what is going to happen over here. 30 love. Alcaraz serving. An ace! Too easy. Where was this throughout the whole match? He's serving 2 aces in his final game, and he only has 6 aces throughout the rest of the match. Triple match point. Triple match point for Carlos Alcaraz. And I'm searching for the match point button, but I'm not going to get it in time. Let's rather see what's going to happen here. Triple match point. As he serves. And he serves another ace! 3 aces in his final game. Carlos Alcaraz takes it in 5 sets, coming back from 2 sets to 1.
Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 1, 2, 3, vamos. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos.
Insane. He comes back from 2 sets to 1. What a marathon match. People pointing out in the chat that Ramos Vinolas probably could have gotten it. He threw it away. I would not say he threw it away, but he definitely had chances. Didn't capitalize on it. And well done to Carlos Alcaraz coming back. Everybody, a lot of people now joining the video. Hit the like button. Can you believe it? Carlos Alcaraz coming back 2 sets to 1 to take this one. And the match has finished, and they are ending the broadcast right there. What an insane match. This must be one of the matches of the year. I would say so far the match of the tournament. Absolutely insane. Unreal, according to the Jaza. Gary saying, sing your match point song. Well, it's not a song. It's just match point. All right. Okay, a lot of people are very glad. Nico saying, yes, I assume there are Federer and Nadal fans who maybe wished, and Zverev fans, that Alcaraz would go out, but he didn't. He managed to come back in the set. Let's look at some statistics here quickly, or look at the chat. It's currently exploding here. Nico saying, yeah, vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. 6-4 as predicted by EEGH1000. Well done on that prediction. Sorry, Frieza. Seems like your prediction didn't turn out to be correct in the end. Seth saying, well done, Carlos, coming back like a champ. JJ saying, great coverage. Thank you, man. Really enjoyed this one. And respect. Yeah, Ramos Vinolas, he put on a great fight. You can really be happy. If you look, he got 31 winners, 54 unforced errors. Alcaraz, 70 winners, 78 unforced errors. I think for Alcaraz, what he needs to work on, he needs to, firstly, convert more breakpoints. But also from a technical point of view, his backhand, there were a lot of errors on his backhand, and he needs to sort that out. I think maybe the fact that he faced a lefty made that worse, because the lefty can then play with a forehand to the backhand of him. But, I mean, that's not good news if he's expecting to face Rafael Nadal later on this tournament. Let's see what's happening here in the chat. Great Carlos Federer fan here from Deja 8. Federer fan, loving Carlos. I'm a big Federer fan as well. But from a neutral perspective, this was just an insane match. Fabio, if Carlos Alcaraz wins, would you sing? I assume that was before he won, or what? I will sing Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. Vamos, Carlos Alcaraz. That's my attempt. Not as good as Ben. That's my best attempt. All right, let's see what's happening in the chat. Was this Carlos Stan US Open 2016 moment? Stan was match point down against Dan Evans in round 3 and then went on to win the whole thing. Insane. We'll see. So I asked earlier at the start of this set, whether you think if Carlos wins that, will this be a positive that he won in a 5-setter, a close 5-setter, or would it have been better if he just had a straight 3-set win? And most people commented, no, you think it'll actually be a positive thing if he is able to win in this 5-set gritty manner, because he will take positives from it, being able to come back from 2-1 down and being able to fight through it. Insane. Gary also saying this will only make him better, but I don't see the invincibility I saw in Madrid. No, I agree. I think we have to take into account its different surfaces, Madrid being very different, also being a 5-setter, 3-setter, but it's also early in the tournament. It's possible that then in the next round, so who is he playing next? Because I know he was going to play the winner between Korda and Gasquet. What's happening between Korda and Gasquet? Let's see. So Korda took the first set in a tiebreak. All right, and then in the second set, is currently on serve. So that will be interesting to see who he's facing next. And the reason also why it's interesting is Korda beat Carlos Alcaraz in Monte Carlo. So can he do that again? It will be very interesting. Yeah, comments here saying that Ramos Venalos will not be happy because he had opportunities and he was not able to capitalize on that. But I think a lot of people are clapping their hands for Ramos Venolas and saying that was a great, great effort. Thanks for the coverage, Nico, saying time to sleep. Good night to you. Hope to see you in a future stream as well. Yep, Gary also saying, yeah, my point also is not perfect. We shall see what happens next. We shall see. I mean, the GOATs, they all had 5-setters before in Grand Slams, and it didn't prevent them from winning their Grand Slams. And as pointed out earlier as well, Stan had a 5-setter against Evans, and he went on to win the US Open. And Alcaraz is young, and he should be fresh because he missed the Rome. He missed Rome, so he should be fresh enough. And he has a break tomorrow where he can just rest. I think he will be fine. I don't think the 5th set will physically have any effect on him going on for the rest of the tournament. George, you're saying it won't be a surprise if Alcaraz win the final. Well, he'll have to go probably through either Djokovic or Nadal, if Djokovic and Nadal make it to the quarterfinal. So that will be that semi-final. If it comes to that point where it's a semi-final between Alcaraz and either Djokovic or Nadal. So if you talk about the matches, right, let's say the draw plans out as we think it would. You have in the quarterfinal then Djokovic versus Nadal. Now, I think we all would agree that will be the match of the tournament. Whether that's the quarterfinal, the final, the first round, that's the match of the tournament. So that's Djokovic versus Nadal. Then you've got either Djokovic or Nadal versus Alcaraz. And I would go to say, actually, that's then the second match of the tournament. So I would then argue, funnily enough, the final, whether that may be Djokovic or Nadal or Alcaraz against Tsitsipas or Sinner, I think that will be the third biggest match of this tournament, which is strange for a final. Gary saying, I and Adele should do a duet. I would never do that to Adele. That will destroy her career. All right, let's see what we have in the chat. Travel agreeing that, yes, it's a positive. He's a young man, so he can recover in 2 days comfortably. Yes, I agree. Haman would crush CA in a singing contest. Oh, Carlos Alcaraz. Well, we don't know how he sings, but if he sings like Shapovalov raps, then yes, I would absolutely destroy him. All right, let's see. Kyle saying, peace out, bro. Great commentary, but don't sing that damn song. Well, we'll see whether I cover Carlos Alcaraz again. Do you prefer that range, or do you go for Carlos Alcaraz? Which range is better? Or the top? Carlos Alcaraz! I don't know. All of them are pretty bad. Lexi saying, happy birthday for tomorrow. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I will hopefully see you soon in a future coverage as well. All right, let's see. Jack saying, at that level, Nori will take him out. Maybe. That will be an interesting match then if we see Alcaraz versus Nori, especially taking into consideration in a previous tournament. I can't remember which tournament it was. It was a close match, but I can't remember now whether it was Madrid or Barcelona. I think it was Barcelona, but I'm not sure now. All right, let's see. Ramos needs to work on his net game. Like, man, just finish the points already. I think Alcaraz also needs to work on his net game. There are a lot of volleys that he wasn't able to put away. All right, Brad saying definitely South African. Yes, I am South African. As you can tell by my horrible English accent. They are saying happy birthday. Thank you very much. Yeah, so it's my birthday tomorrow. For the rest of tonight, I'm going to rest up. I'm going to try to recover my voice. I'm going to eat for the first time today. It's currently 8:30 in the evening. And I'm going to get me some water and definitely something stronger to drink as well. For those of you that are joining me, before you log out, remember or check to hit a like on this video before you leave. For those of you that have joined me for this match, thank you very, very much. It was great fun to be here for this exciting match, which I didn't see happening like it did at the start of this match. So thank you for watching, everybody. Thank you for joining me in this chat. I hope to see you soon. Subscribe to Game to Love to make sure that you get notified of future coverage by Game to Love in this great sport that we all love so much. Thank you very much. See you soon.